Carolina keep pounding. The Panthers on the prowl will continue driving down the field to the red zone. We just got a first down and 10. Smitty on the loose, wide open Ted again. Stack 6 more on the board, looking like a win. With the 6-game winning streak, put them out their misery. Brady wanna cry when the ref threw the penalty. Panthers got a hot team, Patriots the enemy. Draw the first blood, different team than we used to be. Cam swerving through the traffic, signaling a first down. Fans on their feet and the crowd getting really loud. Offense did a job off the field. There's a towel. Bank of America. Stadium is going down. Defense got him pushed back to the end zone. Hardy with the sack. That's a safety and we got the ball. Rushing on your shotgun. Staring at the barrel, y'all. All New England fans hear him saying that ain't fair. Ice up, son. What's up? Ice up, son. What's up? Carolina keep pounding. Carolina keep pounding. Ice up, son. What's up? Ice up, son. What's up? Carolina keep pounding. Carolina keep pounding. Better watch the linebacker. He can read you like a book. Run 40 yards just to tackle Luke. Got him shook. Tolbert like a tank. And D'Angelo with the fake. Stiff farm out of bounds. 25 a game. Stewart back, healthy 3 lethal running backs. It's suicide at the wide receivers, it's a rout. Secret weapon make plays, Greg Olsen make it happen. Keep pounding on these haters, we ain't playing John Madden. Legion of the hometown go boom. Force a fumble, Panthers making sure the ball is loose. Jack move, Charles Johnson, yeah, he will come attack you. State of mind, mentally and physically, we pass you. Godfrey in the nickel back, and he making sure we're safe. Panthers on the prowl, we gon' come and elevate the state. Hard fought thriller, only 59 seconds left. Panther fans on the feet, heart beating out the chest. Ice up, son, what's up? Ice up, son, what's up? Carolina keep pounding. Carolina keep pounding. Ice up, son, what's up? Ice up, son. What's up? Carolina keep pounding. Carolina keep pounding. Ice up, son. What's up? Ice up, son. What's up? Carolina keep pounding. Carolina keep pounding. Ice up, son. What's up? Ice up, son. Carolina keep pounding.
Carolina keep pounding. Hey, welcome on in. It's a beautiful day to be in Carolina when the Dirty Birds ain't doing the dirty no more. And the Eagles are flying out of the nest and landing on the ground. Hit that like button, hit that sub button, hit that bell, select all, leave a comment down below if you feel like doing so. And don't forget to check out the Facebook group page, Keep Pounding, in all caps for in-game post polls, opinions, and reactions to NFL news, as well as schedules for the channel in the off-season and regular season, and the Yahoo Sports Fantasy Football League of Keep Pounding. Alright. The draft weekend schedule has been posted, ladies and gentlemen. Go check that out on Facebook, on the group page. It is up. I will be going live 30 minutes before the start of round 1 on Thursday, which will be about 6:30. But you guys know I'm never on time, so it'll probably be like 15 minutes before, which is fine. Day 2, I'll go live an hour before the draft, guys. An hour before draft time. So 6 p.m. Make sure you're here. because day 2 is when all the action's going to go down. And on Saturday, 11:30 a.m. All of those times are East Coast times. So adjust those accordingly to your time zone if you want to check me out live and react with me. We will have Zoom open on Saturday. Blitz will be joining me on Saturday as well. He will be checking in day 1 as well. Very briefly. But Saturday we will have Zoom open and we will be allowing people to voice their opinions on what is going on with day 2. So, I will open up Zoom after our pick has been made. Only an hour before and after our pick has been made. That way, we make sure that we have full attention on the picks and we do not miss what we are seeing. Alright, so, that being said, Draft Weekend, you will be seeing me in a different setting. The original setting when I was reacting to the NFL games. So, keep that in mind. Now, I got breaking big news. Ladies and gents, breaking big news. The Atlanta Dirty Birds just got caught tampering. Hey-o! The Dirty Birds! He doing the dirty today. Oh, snap. Wow. And the Eagles got in trouble as well. Oh, boy. The Eagles caught for tampering as well. They're doing investigations right now on the Eagles. So nothing confirmed for Philly yet. But Atlanta, the judgment will fall very soon. The judgment axe will fall on the Atlanta Falcons at number 8 pick. Does this mean that they're going to forfeit that number 8? We will see. I'm far more concerned with that Philadelphia Eagles story that's breaking on that. Because Philadelphia picks at number 22. Why am I more interested in the Philadelphia Eagles? Because picks 25 through 32 could directly affect us. So, that could open the door to 2 or 3 players, maybe, that we might have a shot at, that I didn't think originally we would have a shot at. So now we can have those conversations about Chop Robinson and Ladd McConkey and players like that. That, you know, I originally didn't think would fall. And to add to that, you got the Arizona Cardinals possibly wanting to trade down that number 27. Now here's the question. Who are they trading it to? And what team would be willing to move up to 27 to target someone? Might be a desperate need for somebody right around that area. Stay tuned and keep your fingers crossed, folks. But I encourage you to heavily monitor that Philadelphia Eagles 22 pick, though. If that gets forfeited, and the Falcons get forfeited, this could become a very, very interesting number 33 pick for us. And number 39 pick for us. Now, there is a report through Panthers Wire that the Panthers management have already told Xavier Legette, or Leggett, however you wish to pronounce his name, I'm not sure which one is correct, that the Panthers, if available, would choose Xavier Legette. So, there you have it. There's the breaking news. There is the word on the street right now. Now, how does that affect us? If you choose Xavier at 33, the number 39 pick becomes critical to what we do for the rest of the draft. It becomes very, very interesting. I have a couple of ideas on what we could do with the 65 as well. But the 39 is the main event. Make no mistake about it, ladies and gentlemen. We have so many options available to us that it's a great problem to have. And I think if Philadelphia were to forfeit that 22 pick, we may have a couple of players flow down to 33 and 39 that we could use as trade bait. Because there is a strong chance that Xavier might still be there at 39. Very strong chance. And you can leverage that 33 to do something. See what I'm saying, guys? Like, there's so many options. And it opens up so many doors for us. So for each door, think of it like an alternate timeline. You have so many branches coming off of that timeline that are possibilities for us for meeting our needs. And it depends on what pieces go off the board, after the 4th round, what you decide to do with it. Or sometimes even in the 3rd, depending on what you do with your 39 or 33 if you're trading down. You'll have options in the 3rd. So, this is going to get real interesting very, very quickly, depending on what happens with the Falcons and Eagles right now. I'm keeping a very close eye on these situations. And I just got word of that a few hours ago. Now the Cardinals. Who would move up to 27 that has a desperate enough need to pick somebody up? And if so, who would they target? That's a very interesting question, isn't it, folks? See, that really throws a wrench into the system, doesn't it? So, I'm just as curious as you guys are to see what's going to happen. And I think any mocks that we do from this point forward, we're locking in Xavier as number 33. Because the Panthers management really does believe in drafting Xavier. But there's another Xavier down there, Mr. Xavier Worthy, that would be available if you traded down. So, I mean, we're not out of options here, folks. We have a surplus of options, as a matter of fact. And what a beautiful problem to have when you're trying to fill in depth on your depth chart. But you're still looking for a starter at wide receiver. You're still looking for a starter at defensive end. Yeah. We're in a great position right now to get what we need in this draft. There are very few ways that we could screw this up. Now, I'm keeping an open mind because we have had management in the past that has been routinely screwing up our drafts. Let's not forget that. So let's kind of curb that enthusiasm just a little bit, you know, and remember that. But at the same time, keep that optimism going. Because I believe in this crew. I do. I believe this crew is capable of filling our needs. I believe in Dan. I believe in Dave right now. And the real question then becomes after this draft, can we translate all of that talent onto the field? Not just on paper, but onto the field. So, even with a successful draft this year, we still have a couple of holes we're going to need to fill next year in order to complete this build. And this rebuild, really, if you want to call it that. So, once we have all the pieces that we need, then it's time to make a run in the 25 season. So I encourage you, be optimistic right now. Because this is a real opportunity to push forward and do what we have been seeking to do for a long, long time. Which is make some freaking noise in this division and possibly in the playoffs later on. We are on track. We are on mission. Everything seems to be clear skies ahead. So, with that info in mind, is there any player that you guys would like to talk about? I definitely felt like that news warranted a stream by itself and a conversation by itself. You know, and an opportunity to explore some of the possibilities that this creates. We have today and tomorrow to do mock draft streams here, and then I'm taking Wednesday off because I always take the day off right before the draft weekend to rest up and be prepared, because draft weekend is just an absolute marathon, and I've got to be ready. I've got to be rested. I've got to be well equipped to do what you guys are asking me to do, which is cover this info and handle it with love and care, like you would want me to, and handle all of that information that's coming in and be able to process it properly. So that requires a good amount of rest and preparation. Now, make no mistake about it, I will be doing a mock draft probably the day before, off stream, possibly two, because I do want to make sure to utilize that time to properly understand what may hit our boards that we are not looking for, you know, on our draft radar. So I'm going to be talking to the team. I'm going to be getting them prepped up, and we're going to be ready to go. This is going to be a lot of fun. I think the piece of news that most impacts us today is that Eagles tampering. I don't see the Falcons tampering trickle down effect hitting us. Although you never know. I think that's too far up the ladder. But 22, number 22 of the Eagles pick, that directs us towards at least 3 or 4 pieces that may fall to us at 33 and 39. This allows us a chance to trade bait. I know that Houston has been gung-ho in going after Xavier Leggett in most of these mock drafts. So, I think if we were to trade down that 33 to Houston, they would go after Xavier. Without a doubt. My whole issue here is keep an eye on Houston because whoever we don't draft, they're going to go after. And I've got my eyes on 2 particular wide receivers. Xavier Leggett and Xavier Worthy in particular. Whichever of those 2 we don't draft, Houston will go after. What days are we on their board? I'm not sure I understand your question, Darrell Sunchild. Oh, you're talking about those players. Oh, okay. Both of them are going to be day 2. Definitely day 2. Every single mock I've ever done, Xavier Leggett and Worthy have both been day 2. So, it's become clear to me that with all of the visits, I don't think this is a smokescreen anymore. I think they legit are going to draft Xavier Leggett. 39 is where things get spicy. What are we doing with 39, folks? I've been pushing heavily that trade down with the Jaguars to 48. But we don't have to trade with the Jaguars, though. You could trade with the Raiders. You could trade with the Giants. You could trade with... I think there was one other team, too. We are day 2. We're still sticking number 33. Even with this news. Because all that happens is if they get those picks taken away, that's just forfeiture. Nobody gets those picks. Nobody gets number 8. Nobody gets number 22. So we're still sitting at 33. But what that does is it pushes the talent down to us. It allows that talent to drop 2 picks to us. So now we would have access to a Ladd McConkey. We would have access to a Chop Robinson. We would have access to a few of these other guys that we didn't think that we had access to before. That's essentially what this does. Assuming all goes well. And I'm not even sure what's going to drop to us at 33 and 39. But I think we stay exactly where we are. We don't want to push, you know, we don't want to go into the first round, you know. We stay exactly right where we are. Even more reason why we need to stay where we are. You know, anybody that thinks we trade these two picks up into the first round is insane. With the amount of talent that we've got on that board. There's just no way. There's no way. I'm not entertaining that in any way, shape, or form. Due to what you said, we're going to be using the consensus rankings. We're going to check out what may or may not be available at that point in time. Okay. So we know Marvin Harrison Jr. is going in the top 4. Arizona's going to try to grab them at 4, but they're probably not going to get him because New England's probably going to get to him first. Now here's the Falcons' number 8 pick. You got Malik Neighbors, you've got Joe Alt, you've got Brock Bowers. You got a few options up there that would normally be available for the Falcons, but they're probably not going to go for them now. I don't think they go after Drake May because they just got Kirk Cousins. But here's the issue, is the tampering was with Kirk Cousins. So what happens there? Good question, right? Nobody's really sure. So that quarterback could fall anywhere in this area. You know, we don't know for sure. We know the Jags don't need one. So it's going to be a coin toss here. If the Bears were smart, they would go after Drake May. But we know they're not smart. Not smart enough to do that. Anyway. They're smart enough to get that number 1 pick away from us. But, you know, I just don't see them going quarterback. I think they stick with Justin Fields. I don't know why, but, you know, call it a gut feeling, man. Just call it a gut feeling. And I know Broski Bear's going to come in here later on and be like, "Ooh, the Bears are this. Yep, I know. But the whole thing is, like, they're picking right after the Falcons. This is why I'm pointing them out. So now, you know, with them needing a wide receiver as well, who did they go for? They might go offensive line here. Maybe Bowers. Maybe Joe Alt. Who knows? I mean, there's a lot going on up here that can affect some of these other teams like the Vikings, Broncos, Raiders, Saints, and Colts. Probably all the way on down to the Bengals. So, I do see a lot going on up here. There's going to be a lot of attention put on this number 8 pick. And the trickle-down effect is real on draft weekend. Now, here's where this starts to affect us. From 25 on, from the Packers on, this is where things start to get interesting, right? Alright, so if the cards move this pick down, somebody else sneaks up here to 27, and they're going to grab one of these people that we have been keeping an eye on. Alright, so let's go ahead and start this. Let's pretend like they have not lost their picks yet. And let's say that, okay, there's the cards with Marvin Harrison Jr., as I expected. Alright, Malik Neighbors is off the board. Joe Alt. Alright, so let's say that Dallas Turner doesn't get picked up by the Falcons and that pick is void. Okay, you got Quinyon Mitchell, you got Latu. Latu will still be within 10 to 15 range. I don't think that's changing. All of these guys are going to be within 10 to 15 range. Now, okay, so 22 pick. If that is forfeit, Cooper would not be there. He would not be going to the Eagles. And I've seen on some mock drafts where Nate Wiggins goes to the Eagles. Alright, so Cardinals trade down. Whoever gets this trade up gets Bo Nix. Ladd McConkey is gone. Adonai Mitchell, that's fine. Rakenstraw Jr., that's fine. Edgar and Cooper, that's fine. And there goes Mims. Okay, so now we're going to start getting some calls here. We got 4 trade offers here, as expected. Look at who is still here. Troy Franklin, Ricky Pearsall, Keon Coleman, Xavier Worthy, Xavier Leggett. You got Jermaine Burton here too. I mean, Malik Washington, Devontae Walker. We've had visits with a whole bunch of these guys. This is going to be very, very interesting. What's going to be there. And Worthy went up from a 55 to a 47. So I don't think you target Worthy with this. Xavier Leggett went down to 52. Alright, so with these moves being made, I don't think you could ignore a Troy Franklin. See, that's the thing. If Troy Franklin is up there, it's between Troy Franklin, Keon Coleman, Worthy, and Leggett. Those are your 4. I don't see Burton and I don't see Walker entering this conversation for 33. I don't see it. Because considering it in this particular mock, who gets moved here, the Cardinals trading down would not affect us unless they took Chop Robinson. Whoever it is took Chop Robinson, or they went with Troy Franklin there, or they went with Darius Robinson. That's the only way that would affect us, which is big. That's big right there. Pay attention to 27. Because if the Cards do trade down in day 1, we need to pay close attention to that right there. That's why I will be watching the first round and reacting to it. But that's where I'm going to start really paying attention. 22 is when I'm going to begin to start paying attention, because from 20 on down, things start to get spicy. And I'm not talking about the Taco Bell spicy. I'm not talking about the Chipotle type of spicy. I'm talking NFL draft type spicy. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, this is going to get real very quickly at the bottom of the first round. And there's Chop Robinson right there. I mean, this is trade value. This is trade bait right here. Chop Robinson is trade bait. Darius Robinson, trade bait. You got Troy Franklin. Ricky Parasol, trade bait. Keon Coleman, trade bait. You know, if you don't want Xavier Leggett and you want to go down and you want to get Devontae Walker, all of this is trade bait right here. All of it. And I'm not even in the linebacker section yet. You still got Peyton Wilson up here. You still got Junior Colson. You got Braswell. You got Trotter. All of this is trade bait, guys. All of this. If you're targeting Cedric Gray down there, then yeah, all of this is trade bait. Xavier Sanders, trade bait. Jonathan Brooks, trade bait. Trey Benson, trade bait. All of this is trade bait. And beautiful trade bait at that. You could get a lot of picks by letting a team go up there and get one of these guys. I'm not ruling that out. I'm telling you right now, on day 2, I am not ruling this out. Not at all. And that's exactly what Dan Morgan said the other day. He said, we are not ruling it out. And they're very wise not to rule that out. Because look at all of this, bro. Guys, come on. Look at all of this. Some of it falls within 25 to 32 range. Some of it may not. Who knows? I don't think you're getting Powers Johnson, though. I don't think he comes out of the first. I will say that. Every mock draft I've ever done, he has stayed in the first. So if you're hoping for Jackson Powers Johnson, don't. Nate Wiggins, same thing. I don't think he falls out of the first round. If he does, he's trade bait. Do not pick up Nate Wiggins unless you feel desperately that he is the right pick at 33 and there's nothing else on the board. That's a trap right there. Absolutely, that's a trap. I'm saying it now. Even as a Clemson fan, I'm saying that's a trap. I've done a few of these mocks where I did take him, and everything below that went to heck. So I don't recommend it. Even though he is the best corner on the board. No question. Should he happen to fall at 33, he is the best corner on the board. But I want you guys to go after a certain man by the name of Cam Hart. Why Cam Hart? Let me show you why I like Cam Hart. If you look at his combine numbers, yeah, his 40 isn't that spectacular, but his vertical, his arm, his weight, his wingspan, excellent. Broad jump, excellent. Yeah, he leaves a little bit to be desired on tackling, but that's okay. His coverage skills, his zone, his man press, his run defense, excellent. This is why you want to target him later on. I've seen people target Watson, Carlene Carson. I've seen people go for Jarrian Jones. If you feel that Jarrian Jones is the right choice. I will tell you this right now. Stay away from Tyke Smith. He's considered a safety and a project. Don't go that direction. I was scouting him last year as a safety, as a matter of fact. Not as a corner, but as a safety. But, I mean, there's just so much. TJ Tampa is on the list as well. Kamari Lassiter. I mean, you got some really interesting talent up here at 33 and 39. This is why, I want people to be proactive with their mock drafts and explore all the options. Let's find out what we can do. Not what we can't do, but what we can do. Oh man, look at all this talent. It's impossible to choose one at 39. Even if you trade down, you're still getting good talent. You got Brandon Frisk here. You got Chris Jenkins. You got Adiza Isaac. I mean, come on, man. Look at all of this. Bro. It's disgusting how much talent we have on the board. It's disgusting at 33 and 39. There's no way you could screw this up. There's no way. The only way you could screw this up is by going for Adonai. And I'm going to tell you right now. Let me show you something about Adonai. Yeah, those combine numbers might look nice. Yeah, he might have good hands. He might have good receiving catch and stuff. Well, let me show you something. Yards after the catch. Inconsistent ability. Struggles with contested catches. Failing to consistently leverage his frame to his full advantage. That's catching traffic. Lacks proficiency as a blocker. Route running can sometimes lack focus, leading to inefficiency and missed opportunities. Can be disrupted by physical press coverage, showing a need for improvement in handling tight man coverage. That is not a recipe for success out of a number one receiver in a West Coast offense. That's a recipe for disaster. That's a recipe for wasting a draft pick and having him sit on our roster for 2 to 3 years. Is that what y'all want to do? Because that's what happened to Shi Smith. Except we weren't running the West Coast at the time. I'm just trying to tell y'all, this is not the guy. Do not draft him. This is not a smokescreen. Ladies and gentlemen, this is not a smokescreen. I'm not even trying to hide this one. Do not go after him. Or it will end in tears. I've been encouraging people all over the place not to do that. Everywhere on social media. I don't care what version of the West Coast you are running. You cannot use a guy that cannot catch in traffic That 2 cannot create the proper separation, deep passing wise, that is needed. 3 cannot get yards after the catch consistently. And 4 cannot block. Those are the 4 things you're asked to do in a West Coast offense. Do not pick that, or it will end in tears. You are wasting money. That's the only one I'm going to get pissed off if we picked him at 33 or 39. That's the only one. You pick any other wide receiver, I'm not going to complain at all. At this point, pick your favorite wide receiver. If you think it's Xavier Leggett, pick him. If you like Ladd McConkey, pick him. If you like Troy Franklin, pick him. I don't have a problem with any of these guys. If you like Worthy, pick him. If you like Keon Coleman, pick him. I'm not going to argue with you, because I like all of these guys. The only one I don't like is Adonai Mitchell. Not a smokescreen. This is real. Pick your favorite wide receiver at 33. But do not pick Mitchell. Period. I hope I made that loud and clear to the management 3 days before. I hope I did. Because I am not about to see us have another wasted wide receiver pick on our roster that sits there on the bench for 3 years. When number 1, we need to be drafting a number 1 wide receiver. Number 2, we need to find a wide receiver that fits. Number 3, I expect somebody that can get yards after the catch in the West Coast. Number 4, you got to be able to catch. And not only catch, but catch in traffic. If you're going to run the West Coast. Period. In any version. So, yeah. That's the one person you do not pick. Period. Point blank, period. I don't care if we're doubling up at wide receiver. Do not pick him. Everybody else I'm cool with. You like a certain wide receiver? Fine by me. Do what you think is best. But yeah, I really do strongly believe that we are going Xavier Leggett. Even the Panthers management says they're going Leggett. So, I mean, I just don't see this going any other way. The rest of this is trade bait at 33. Whatever's left at 39, that's where we make our major decision on what we're going to do from there forward. But again, let's pretend like some other team moves up to the Cardinals and they take Bo Nix. Okay, cool. Doesn't affect us. If the Eagles forfeit their pick at 22, that means Cooper DeJean is back on the list. Dijon? I think that is? Dijon, yeah. Alright. I'm not sure how to pronounce that. Forgive me if I get it wrong. I'm famous for mispronouncing names. But that means Cooper would be on the list for somebody down here. Alright, you see the Vikings taking Nate Wiggins. You see the Buccaneers taking a corner. You see the Ravens taking a corner here. I mean, it puts Cooper back on the list for other teams down here. And that's going to make the Buccaneers, the Vikings, the Ravens very happy. Because they're going to get somebody better than who they thought they were going to get beforehand. Now, with all of that happening and one of those picks being pushed up, that allows us now to have a shot at a Troy Franklin, at a Keon Coleman, at a Chop Robinson, you know, at a Darius Robinson possibly. It opens the door, which is exactly what we want. Jonathan Brooks, maybe he doesn't get taken in the first round. Who knows? With Jonathan Brooks, it's totally up in the air. But this is all trade bait. This is what I'm trying to tell you. Trade bait. It's beautiful trade bait. And we're going to get at least 4 phone calls on Saturday. At least. I expect the Raiders to be one of them. I expect the Texans to be one of them. Because they've been after Xavier Legette for a long time. I expect the Giants maybe to be one of them. Who knows? Who knows who's going to give us a call? But I would bet on Houston being the strongest one, making the strongest push, because they want Xavier. And as I said in my intro, whoever we don't draft, Houston's going to go after the other one. Plain and simple, Houston's going to go after the other one. So it's a matter of both of these new quarterbacks, are going to get their wide receiver. They're going to get that help. Have you heard Falcons might lose their first round pick? Yes, I heard about it. We're talking about it. We're definitely talking about it. If that were to happen, we would be picky at 32 and 38. No, that would not happen. The Falcons' number 8 pick would be forfeited, which means nobody gets that pick, and they just move on down the line. That's exactly what happens. The Eagles are also in trouble for that same thing at 22. And that's where I'm mainly concerned. I'm putting my focus on number 22 here. Because that directly affects what we might or might not get. Since they're going corner in most mock drafts, that could mean Nate Wiggins, that could mean Cooper, that could mean... There's at least 2 or 3 other corners sitting right in this area. 15 and 30 that they could go after, depending on what's on that board. And if the Eagles forfeit that pick of 22, if they were to get in trouble too, that then allows us to have these opportunities down here. I don't think you're going to see Powers Johnson. I don't think you're going to see Nate Wiggins escape the first. Ladd McConkey could slip to the second. Who knows on draft weekend? Small chance of it, though. But I think of the wide receivers, you could strongly see Troy Franklin. You could strongly see Ricky Parasol. Keon Coleman would be there. Worthy would be there. Xavier definitely will be there. I'm putting the percentage of Xavier Legette being there at a strong 80% right now. Although draft weekend is so unpredictable, you don't know. Somebody might reach. Who knows? I've seen a lot of crazy stuff happens when you get into the actual draft. So you've got to be prepared for any different random scenario. But I'm keeping a close eye on the Eagles right now. That's the one I want to pay attention to. The trickle-down effect from 8 doesn't really affect us too much now that because we're at 33. The last trickle down effect that we saw was San Francisco at 4, 2 years ago, and it affected our chance to get Panay Sewell. So we ended up getting J.C. Horn instead, which was, a great second option on our board. I'm very happy with it. He's still here with us today as our number 1 corner. So it ended up working out. But I would have much rather had Panay Sewell. That one still irritates me today. But, it's the Lions. They got him before we did. And what do you know? They plug him in on the other side of the line, and he's a Pro Bowler. Go figure, right? But they would have picked something else because of the fact that the team before them picked something that they wanted. At their number 1 spot. You see how this trickle-down effect works? It really messes up teams. And it went all the way down to number 15. Because the Patriots were going to choose whoever they were going to choose anyway. There were a couple of teams in there that were going to choose whoever they were going to choose anyway. So it affected about 5 or 6 teams in between like 4 and 15. So with a forfeiture of the Falcons at number 8, that then allows Dallas Turner to go back on the board. If you're talking this mock draft, whoever they might go for is going to be on the board for these teams in the top 15. So it's going to be available. Now, where we need to start paying attention is picks 22 on down. That's where we need to start paying attention. I'm not worried about picks 1 through 15. I could care less who they take. As long as they don't reach for any of the targets that we're looking at right now, like a Troy Franklin, like a Keon Coleman, a Worthy, or Xavier Legette, or Chop Robinson, or Darius Robinson, somebody like that down here, as long as they don't reach for any of that, I'm not concerned. I'm going to keep a watchful eye on those picks at 1 through 15, but I'm not going to be... It's going to be casual. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not worried about that. Eagles might lose a draft pick too. Then the second round would start out at 31. No, it actually would start out at 33. Exactly how we said it would. Marcos, that's not how it works, bro. They forfeit these picks. Nobody gets these picks. They just move the talent on down the list. You know what I mean? So essentially, whoever... So essentially, Dallas Turner would still be on this list. It would still be available for one of the top 15 teams to pick. That's how that would work. You just wouldn't have a number 8 at all. Or if you're talking 22. Okay, say Cooper DeJean would go back into the pool. You would not get a pick here at number 22. Nobody would get a pick. So they would just move on. They would skip that number. Is exactly what they would do. I think a lot of people are confused by that and don't understand that. How many of you guys have watched the draft the last couple of years? Because we've had forfeited picks in the last couple of years. Did you ever notice how they just kept going and skipped the number? Like, nobody got picked for that number. That's how that works. So, no, we're not moving up. We're not moving up into the first, guys. That's not how that works. But see, with those forfeited picks, now you've got this talent available. That's not how that works, Marcos. Nobody gets picked at that number. No, I don't have a brain fart going on. Nobody gets picked at that number. You just haven't been paying attention to the people to drafts, man. You haven't been paying attention to what happens. Nobody gets picked for that number. Therefore, whatever player would have been picked at that number when that number is... Okay, you can't hear me? I'm going to turn my mic up. Hold up. There we go. Better? Better? Check? Check? I know I can speak low sometimes. I apologize about that. It's just how my voice registry is. Yeah. If a pick gets forfeited, nobody gets that player. Nobody gets drafted at that number. Nobody. They just skip the number and keep moving. That's how that works. I've watched it in multiple drafts, bro. It doesn't mean we move up to a higher number. That's not how that works. We stay at 33 and 39. We don't move up. We don't change our number. That's where people are getting confused. They think that we're going to change our number up to a 32 or a 31. No, we don't change the number. No, the number is just forfeited. It doesn't even get picked. You can do all the math you want, but that's just how it works. Watch and see if I'm right on draft day. You want to put money on it, Marcos Cash? Come on. I know how this stuff works, bro. God. Dude, you can do all the math you want, Marcos Cash. That's not how it works, bro. I'm trying to tell you how it works. You just don't want to hear it. Alright, just watch on draft day. Just watch on draft day. Watch what our number is on draft day. Watch it not change from 33. I'm tired of arguing with people about this. If y'all just choose not to understand, then you choose not to understand. But this is how it works. What I'm trying to tell you is all of this talent would be available. Troy Franklin, Keon Coleman, a Chop Robinson would be available to us. With the Eagles forfeiting their pick, As a matter of fact, the chances of Chop Robinson showing up greatly increase with the Eagles forfeiting their pick. Because all these teams are picking a corner. Who knows if Chop Robinson might or might not be one of them. But the chances are pretty good. I'd say a good 50-50%. He could slip into the second. I'd be willing to say 65% if I had to put a number on it. But, you're going to be seeing a lot of stuff that you did not expect to see. Maybe a Ladd McConkey. There's a chance. I'll tell you, there's a chance. The chances go up with a forfeited pick. I don't think we see Nate Wiggins, though. I don't think we see Powers Johnson. I would not get my hopes up for either one of those. Let's say, for example, this Eagles pick is forfeited. They don't take a player here. Nobody gets a pick. Nobody picks a player at 22. It just skips 22. All right, so Cooper DeJean then would get picked up by probably the Vikings instead of the Eagles, where they would have originally taken him. That then moves down. Kool-Aid would then become available. Yep, Nate Wiggins would probably go to the Buccaneers at that point. That frees up Kool-Aid. Kool-Aid would then go to the Ravens down here. That frees up Ennis. And Ennis would then free up Mr. Ladd McConkey down here, and a couple of other pieces. Chop Robinson would be available at that point. You know, Tyler, Mike, Javon, TJ Tampa would be available to us. With all of those pieces moving up the board. You know what I'm saying? Does that make sense? It's unlikely the league would strip Atlanta of its first round pick. You know, if it would bump the Falcons down from 8 to 32. Has that been done before, broski? I don't remember them ever doing that before. That'd be interesting if they did. And if... Who knows where they would actually bump them down to? It could be a lower round than 32, actually. Like, if they do that, then... who would the Falcons take down there that low? That's interesting to me. There's also the fact that whenever teams get in trouble, typically it's been a forfeiture of the pick. I've rarely ever seen, if at all, teams getting bumped down. It hasn't, but I'm just throwing it out there. Then the Bears pick 8th. No, they would still pick 9th, bro. They would still pick 9th. They don't change their number. You just don't have a number 8 pick. You just don't have a number 8 pick at all. Nobody gets picked at 8. So they skip the number from 7 to 9. Nobody changes their number. I love y'all, but you just don't seem to understand this. The only thing that happens is the talent gets bumped down. And there's one more player available than there was before. That's all that happens. I agree. In the past, the team would forfeit the pick. Yeah, that's typically what's happened, bro. But the Bears would still put. Yes, they would. They would pick at number 9. That's what I'm trying to tell you. They would not go. They would not change their number. It would still be number 9. They just skip number 8. I see what you're doing. You don't change your number, but the Bears would get the 8th. Essentially, they would just pick whoever was available that the Falcons didn't pick. You know? You're not getting it, Marcos Cash. That's what I'm trying to tell you. You don't understand. They skipped the number. Okay, go back and watch some other drafts. Go back and watch what happens when they get to a number that's been forfeited. Go and watch. These teams don't change the number. Oh my God, stay in your ignorance. I don't care anymore. Stay in your ignorance. I'm not here for this. I'm not here to argue with people, man. I'm really not. Alright, so let's say we draft Leggett at 33. That's pretty much been the consensus. Panthers management has already said that that's what we're doing. No, they wouldn't. No, they would not be picking 8th. They would be picking 9th. They skipped the number. Oh my God, Marcos. Stop it, bro. Just stop. I understand what both of you are saying in this situation. You and Marcos are talking about the Panthers will be drafting the 31st player, but still staying at pick 33. Thank you, broski. Thank you. Finally, somebody gets it. My goodness. It's not that hard of a concept, to be honest. With all due respect, it's not that difficult of a concept to grasp. For some people, maybe it is. I don't know. My goodness, man. Alright, so with this, you're going to be presented a lot of offers. We're going to get a lot of phone calls for 39. And no, you haven't, Marcos. Just stop, bro. Just stop. No, you haven't at all. You've been saying that the number gets changed. No, it does not, Marcos. I'm not going to sit here and argue with you, bro. I'm not. We got work to do. Whatever. Alright, so let's say we go for Xavier Legette, at 33, which our management is pretty much saying that that's what we're going to be doing, regardless of what's on the board. There's a lot of trade potential at 33. A lot of these people are still here. Troy Franklin's still here. Parasol, Coleman, you got TJ Tampa, who's still going to be there if you're using this ranking system. Fisk is still there. Chris Jenkins, Isaac, Aro. Yeah, it actually is my name, Broski. Thank you. Pumps in a bump. I'm not saying the rest of that. That's funny. Oh, gosh. Yeah, y'all killing me with this stuff, man. You haven't been... That's what you're implying, though. Man, whatever. I'm not doing this. Alright, Sweat would still be there, at 39. May or may not be. Sanders would probably be taken before this. I would bet on it. Darius will be gone. Chop Robinson will be gone. Yeah, Worthy, the Titans reached on. I think he would still be there. Panthers need to draft. I can't read that. And a safety along with an edge on D and tight end on offense. Yeah, I mean we've pretty much got in a general consensus of what picks, positional picks that we really need to go after. Panthers are drafting a wide receiver early. Yes, we've pretty much honed in on Xavier Legette at 33. I mean, regardless of what's on the board, that's what Panthers management wants to do. I'm definitely for it. If that's what y'all want, that's what we're doing. You know, I would definitely not be mad, at a Lad McConkey or a Troy Franklin or a Keon Coleman. You know, I would not be mad at any of those guys or Worthy. You know, my main concern is if you did deviate from Xavier Legette. My main concern is do not go for Adonai Mitchell. Stay away from Mitchell. At all costs, stay away from Mitchell. He does not fit what we're trying to do. Yeah, man. All due respect, Marcos, man. We love each other here, man. All due respect. Cornerback, safety, edge, tight end in any order. I doubt the Panthers will draft a wide receiver early. Yeah, we're going to draft a wide receiver early. Panthers management has pretty much almost confirmed that today. They've already told Worthy in like 2 or 3 different meetings that we're going for Xavier Legette. My bad. We've already told Xavier Legette we're going for Legette if he's available at 33. We basically told him through 4 or 5 different meetings. Legette's going to be number 33. That's pretty much almost locked in. Now what we do with the 39, that's up in the air. I don't know what we're doing with 39. There are so many doors open to us at 39. It's insane. Who knows how many phone calls we're going to get. I don't know. O'Dune's teammate at Washington. Something about underrated. I couldn't read it. Sorry. Polk is underrated. Okay. Polk is underrated. Yeah. Yeah, I could see Polk being interesting. I could see a lot of teams ignoring him, over the bigger names. I mean, he does have the skills, Just because he's from Washington and he's not really that battle tested in that conference, as compared to an ACC, SEC, Big Ten opponent, player, that's been battle tested in those power conferences, he might get overlooked a little bit. But good combine numbers. I like that 10-yard dash. That's good. His 40 is a little slow for what I'm looking for. It's borderline. But everything else lines up okay. I like him. I like his catching. I like his short receiving. He's more of a deep threat, really, than anything else. You could go for a deep threat in a West Coast. We don't have a true deep threat at the moment. I prefer somebody that can do all three, but they have to borderline be able to catch and catch in traffic. Uh, and be able to produce yak, yards after the catch. Those are the borderline three things that I start with. If you can't do that, then I'm not really looking at you as a wide receiver for the West Coast. The next thing on the list is speed. You know, can you run your routes accurately? Timing, acceleration out of the gate. You know, off the line of scrimmage. You know, can you get a good jump? Can you make a guy miss? You know, those are things that I'm looking for next. That's next tier of things I'm looking for. And then, you know, from that point on, everything else takes care of itself. Because you have to get chemistry with your quarterback, which we shouldn't have a problem with that once we have a proper system in here, West Coast, you know. But the rest of it depends on our quarterback, which is Bryce. So if you can get somebody like that, I'm not opposed to it. Oh yeah, my theory is never draft a player on D from the Pac-12 or Big 12. 4.5 is fast if your playing speed is fast, which it is, but it's not a pro sprint. He's a football player. Yeah. Right. And that's why I'm looking at the 4.52. It's fast, but it's not fast enough for me to want to go and take a shot at him, you know, as far as a West Coast wide receiver. If I was running a slot, maybe I'd take a shot if he's available with a 4.5, but you got to have good release. He does have good release. That's why I would put him on my radar for the slot or the intermediate route. But since this dude is a deep threat, yeah, not what we're looking for. I mean, I like his numbers. You know, 13 games, 60 catches for 1,000, 16.7 yards per catch. I mean, he's got the yak ability. 8 touchdowns, and an elite quarterback rating when targeted 126, 121.6. I mean, he's got the numbers. You know, they're overinflated because he's in Washington, like you expect them to be. Because if he were to be plugged into an SEC or an ACC team, those numbers would go average, right? Or a Big Ten. Or a Pac-12. Sometimes Pac-12 can be interesting because you've got Southern Cal players. It just depends on what you're looking for, you know. Malik Washington is a good wide receiver. Yeah, I like Malik Washington. I think he bears paying attention to. He is battle tested, 9 touchdowns. It's a little better than what you're expecting out of a Virginia wide receiver. You know, good 40, good 10-yard. I'm not going to say great 40, but good, you know. I like the broad. I like the bench. You know, he's a strong guy. You know, once he catches the ball, he's going to push you forward. He's going to push for extra yards. And that's what you're looking for. And he does all of these things that you're asking him to do. He can catch in traffic, short receiving, intermediate routes, deep threat. The only thing he can't do is blocking. So if you're trying to run screens, if you're trying to run counters, he's not going to be able to do that for you. And for the West Coast, it all depends on what plays you're trying to put into the West Coast system. If you're trying to run a bunch of screens, if you're trying to run a bunch of sweep plays along with what you usually do with your timing routes, then yeah, a guy like this may not be the best fit. Um, but yeah, if you're only looking at like intermediate and timed routes and you're just trying to run straight up the middle with a power run, West Coast, then yeah, I would definitely like this guy. For sure. Look at the vertical. The vertical is very good. Yeah, I like the vertical. Definitely. Yeah, because he would be put into screens. Yeah, that's not what I'm looking for. I like the three white wide receivers in this draft. Parasol and McCaffrey. I like White Stud, Bowers, tight end. Yeah, yeah. He didn't do the three cone. Huh. I would very much be interested to see what his three cone was. Uh, does anybody know why he didn't do the three cone, or did he just opt out of it? That's interesting there. I do pay attention to the three cone because it matters as far as like how quickly your body moves and how you adjust in routes and stuff like that. Can you break? Can you turn? Can you shake off a defender? That all of that matters with the three cone. That's why they do that drill. So it's body movement and it's your feet. Uh, but yeah, look at all of this talent though, dude. At 39, this is just a treasure trove, dude. Somehow Jonathan Brooks is still here. I don't know how. TJ Tampa's still there. You're still looking at Frazier. You're still looking at Troy Franklin, Parasol, Coleman. All of these people. You could use some of these as trade bait at 39. I've often been moving down to 48. But I'm going to start probably moving a little further up than 48 now because of the fact that some of these numbers have changed. It depends on what numbering system you're using on actual draft weekend. That's what I wanted to know. And the thing is, sometimes these numbers can move around all month. So you just don't know. Malachi Corley, the Yak King. Ooh. Yeah, good point. Good point. Good point. I love his yak ability. It's amazing. I have been paying attention to him. He caught my attention early. His 40's not that great though. It depends on where you want to put him. He's short, which, I mean, Steve Smith was short, so, his hand's not in, yeah. Does he have issues catching in traffic, though? That's my question, does he? Limited route tree. Yeah, see, there's questions about his fit as an outside receiver versus slot role. If I was drafting a slot receiver, I'd be more interested in this dude probably. But I'd probably gravitate towards somebody else. His production at Western Kentucky might be slightly inflated due to his level of competition. See, there you go. There you go, right there. Because Western Kentucky doesn't play anybody that is significantly strong. like a Georgia, like an LSU, like an Alabama. So they're not battle tested. And see, this is what causes teams to overlook players like this. This is why the schools do matter. You know, and you hear people talking about, oh, well, it's these numbers look great and all of that, but they completely forget about the fact that it's Western Kentucky. Who do they actually play? What type of corners are they actually matched up against? See, that's the thing. If you're matched up against maybe a Marshall corner or a Temple corner all the time, you're not going to get the type of production that everybody else is getting. You know, competition-wise. So you're not battle-tested. That's why I say battle-tested. That's my term. Battle-tested. So a guy like that's not battle-tested. We've had meetings with Devontae Walker as well. You got 41 receptions, 699 yards, 7 touchdowns, 17 receiving yards. See, a guy like this has been battle tested. He's played against Clemson. He's played against some of the bigger opponents. This is where it matters. Look at the 40 time. The 40 time is disgusting. That's why we paid attention to this dude right there. We saw that in the combine, and our scouts just went, whoa. You know, that's a beautiful 40 time. I saw him clocking them. The vertical looked great. The broad jump looked great. I mean, there's a lot to be said for Devontae Walker. And the dude can catch. He's definitely a deep threat. If you're looking for a deep threat, he can be a short threat as well if you need him to be. But he's more of a deep threat. So you can shift him around. Plus he can block 60% on blocking. You know, for a short amount of time. But he's going to need help over there. But yeah, those numbers are accurate. Because he's been battle tested. Jerry Rice's son is a freak of nature. Oh, yeah? Braden Rice you're talking about from Southern Cal, right? Yeah, and Southern Cal has battle-tested players as well. Because they play against Oregon and a couple of other ones that are major threats out there. So when you're talking Southern Cal players, they are battle tested. I mean, average in all of these. But again, like, the combine numbers aren't everything. Sometimes these players can have some hidden skills that they don't exactly show at the combine. You know, sometimes you could find a real gem and the combine numbers look like crap. You know what I mean? You know, it's just one day of testing them. Versus, like, you got a pro day, you've got days, meetings, private workouts, stuff like that. So, it's just one day of testing these guys. You know, you can do, like, private testing stuff inside of your own facility when you meet with these guys, too. So, one day doesn't always have to be, you know, the combine numbers don't always have to be their permanent numbers. It's just what they're showing publicly, you know, on that one day of everybody working out. Most of the time they are accurate. I would say about 92% of the time they're accurate. You're going to see the same numbers if you privately test them. 72% he can catch. Very nice numbers. Very nice percentages there. I like those. See, that's proof right there. The combine numbers may not show everything these guys are capable of doing. Production merits are volatile. Needs to showcase consistent weekly output rather than sporadic big game bursts. That's what might steer a couple of teams away right there. I can see that happening. Because if you're only getting like weekly output, that's sporadic. Yeah, some of these teams look for something that's more consistent. And when you're talking West Coast, you need consistency. So that may not be something that we want to target for that reason. But I do like the numbers. I mean, I would still keep him on the radar as an emergency backup. You know what I mean? If all these other talented players are off the board, I would definitely consider putting him on the radar. But yeah, just for the record, these are the guys that I'm looking at if we were to double down at wide receiver at 33 and 39. Yeah, correct. Let's just say 33 and 39. Now, this 39 pick is everything in this draft. I'm telling you all that right now. Watch this 39 pick like a hawk. Because everything flows from there. If you pick Jeremiah Trotter Jr., you're going to get a whole different web of players that are going to be available. If you pick, say, a Chris Jenkins, you're going to get a whole different web of players that are going to be available to you from this point forward. If you double down at wide receiver, you're going to get a whole web of players that are going to be available. If you went for a Sanders, you would get a whole new web. And this just really gets really interesting here. I think Jonathan Brooks is a trap. I'm going to go ahead and say Jonathan Brooks is a trap. That and Nate Wiggins. If Nate Wiggins shows up at 33 and 39, that's a trap. I would not go for that. Because I've messed around with that. I've experimented, and it just has not gone anywhere close to what we wanted. As far as getting the needs filled. I've had to sacrifice at least 2 or 3 positions for that. If we were to draft Parasol, I mean, if you double down on Parasol, that means you got to get a good defensive player later on. I wouldn't necessarily be upset with us if we double down at wide receiver, but I would prefer a defensive player at 39. I would strongly recommend a defensive player at 39 if you're picking a player at 39 and not trading down. It all depends on who you're targeting. If you're targeting somebody that's okay, let's say we were targeting who's a good example? Okay, TJ Tampa, for example. Okay, if you're targeting TJ Tampa and you got a 39 pick and you realize this is a little too early to pick TJ Tampa, then you'll want to move down a little bit, and pick up some extra picks. And then go grab Tampa. See, there's a lot to be said for making smart trades and understanding like where to target players and where to not pull the trigger and be too aggressive. Um, and with some of these numbers being changed around, it gets really hair trigger. So you got to be very, very careful. Uh, I'm just explaining stuff. I'm not actually doing like an actual mock right now. You know, I'm just locking Leggett in because that's our 33. But I'm just showing you what might be available at this point. This isn't a legit mock right now. And what I'm saying is Fisk might be gone. Chris Jenkins might be gone. There was a article saying that Isaac was somebody we should avoid. I don't know that I agree. Because you're looking at 7.5 sacks, you're looking at a forced fumble. 37 tackles, 23 solo tackles. Penn State's one of those teams that is battle tested as far as their players. He's fast, he's vertical. He's got a good broad jump. Perhaps some tackling issues, but I wouldn't necessarily kick him off my board. It depends on what's available. If I see something else that's better that's available, then I'm going to probably aim for that. But I'm not saying that this dude should be kicked off your board. Not by any means. If you like him, you like him. At 39. What I'm telling y'all is there's a lot of talent here, and there's no wrong answer in what you decide to do with 39. Isaac is some kind of... okay. Player is Burns. No, thank you. Gets washed on run plays. Yeah. That was the main concern I had with him as well. I'm just saying, don't kick him off your board. Unless you're just not familiar, unless you're just not happy with his run defense. In that case, yeah, I can see it. That's fair. One player I have been highly pushing us to go after is Justin Igby. Defensive tackle and defensive edge rusher. So he can play both positions. Again, I'm pushing that player. I want the management to pay attention to him. That's not a smokescreen. I want them to pay attention to this dude. Late round. I'll let you know if it's if it isn't a smokescreen. I'll be glad to let you all know that. But there are some players that I am smokescreening. So I do want you to be aware of that. But the people that really know what my draft style is and what we do, in my team, you'll be able to recognize the difference between a smokescreen and a real one. Because I've been smokescreening all month. I've been finding new ways to do it. And getting really creative with it. And my whole thing is some of these guys we've met with, some of them we haven't. And, I can use some of that, as a smokescreen. But as far as people that we have, we don't have on our draft board, those are the people that are probably going to get picked up. I'm just going to be real with you. We've only gotten 5 picks right in the last 3 years. So there's a strong chance they go after somebody we don't even know on at least 1 or 2 of these picks. And we're just going to be sitting there going, who? I mean, it happens every single draft. Consistently, it happens every draft. Is there anybody else you would want me to look at? Oh, wow. Yeah, that's the rumor. That's the rumor. We might be forfeiting that first round pick, guys, for Atlanta. Atlanta may not have that pick. Oof. And that's what we're talking about. Yeah, Isaac does have heart. I will give you that. Yep. I will say this. What do you say, Broski, is your strongest need for the Bears up in the top 10? Other than Drake May or a Marvin Harrison Jr. Who do you have? What do y'all have as your strongest need? I'm curious because without that Falcons pick there, that player would still be around for you. And there's a strong chance of that Falcons pick being forfeited. So who do you have? Marcos Cash asks, do you have more confidence in Icky now that he has a solidified guard next to him? In Damian Lewis. Time will tell. I mean, he looked okay the first year when he was here. But, you know, it might be second year blues. You know? That's what I call it, second year blues. Everybody has that second year jitters. So, some do, some don't. They overcome it quickly if they don't. You know? I would be down to say that I think he might be a little bit better with Damian Lewis, but time will tell. I need to see them together. I need to see them gelled together in training camp to be able to tell, you know, if Icky is like has fixed his problems or not. And it didn't help that there was not proper coaching helping him out either on his mechanics and footwork and all of that. You know, that's going to lead to him not using his muscle memory, you know, on certain ways of doing things and losing all of that ability to do what he did during the rookie year. You know, when you don't exercise that muscle memory and your muscles lose that rigidness, you know, of what you were doing before, you get into a pattern. So that could make a difference. So we didn't have proper coaching to help exercise that muscle memory. And I feel like the same thing happened to Taylor Moton. Although I'm not going to speculate on that too much because I don't know for sure. So we'll just have to see how this goes with proper coaching, you know, and focus on mechanics, footwork, and all of that. So to answer your question, maybe. Broski says wide receiver, edge, center, possibly left tackle if we can get one. All right, so this mock has you guys getting a corner from Alabama. Terrion Arnold is one of those players that if you're a Bears fan, you probably should not be ignoring. He's got a lot of talent. He caught my eye really quickly. You got 5 interceptions, 12 passes defended, 63 tackles, 40 assists. You know, it is something worth paying attention to. I like the 3-cone, yeah. Very quickly becoming a target with the 3-cone up in the top 10. And his tackling ability. I mean, somebody's going to grab this dude early in the top 10. I don't know who it's going to be, but yeah, you're right. You got 5 deep at corner in Chicago. How confident are you in those 5, though? Because this dude could be an instant second stringer for you guys. Just an instant second stringer. He does tend to overly aggressively play in man coverage. I have noticed that too. When I was watching him. Besides 1 and 9, what's y'all's next pick? I think y'all got some picks in round 2, right? Let me see. Nope. Not till round 3. Yeah, round 3, 75. We're picking him before I'm in the 3rd round, though. So, very confident. Bears have been spending 2nd round picks on corners and safeties for years straight. Bears have a nasty young secondary. I can see that. You guys have had a good history of corners. I could definitely see that. Bears have 75 and 122. No 2nd round pick. Yeah. They're most likely going to be trading up. Or back from 9. Yeah, if you guys don't have a shot at Marvin Harrison Jr., I could easily see you trading that 9 pick for something else. You know, and getting some more picks. Definitely a 2nd rounder would be in your wheelhouse. Now, what I'm curious about is who is going to be trading up with the Cardinals for this 27. That's what I'm paying attention to, because whoever it is going to be going after Bo Nix. Most likely. He's going to be sitting right around that area. They could go after Powers Johnson. They could go after Nate Wiggins if he's available. There's a strong chance they could go after Adonai Mitchell. Who knows? It all depends on which team trades up with the Cards. And it won't be us. So, I'm going to go ahead and rule our team out. 9 is going to get traded. You really think so? If so, who do you think that they might trade that 9 to? Because with the the Falcons forfeiting their pick, this could be really important to somebody that wants that number 8 spot. Or number 9 spot, sorry. I think the Cardinals draft MHJ. I mean, there's a chance. It depends on the Patriots. If the Patriots don't draft him first, they've got a choice between quarterback and wide receiver here at number 3. If they choose quarterback, then yeah, Marvin Harrison will be there. If they don't choose quarterback, then Marvin Harrison will go to New England. Most likely. I could easily see Jaden Daniels and Drake May being the top 2. I could easily see that happening right now. But the Bears are also targeting MHJ, so there's a chance. There's a chance that Marvin Harrison becomes the number 1 pick. There's a lot that might happen, and it all depends on y'all's pick one, round 1 right there, broski. So, whatever they do, New England is watching closely. And the Cardinals are watching closely. Because they want to see what you guys do. And that's going to affect everybody else. When those 2 pick, that's going to affect everybody else in the top 15. I think Titans go after an offensive lineman anyway. That's regardless. Chargers could use a wide receiver, so they're probably going O'Dunes. Yeah, I could see that. Jets need a quarterback, so they're going quarterback anyway. Vikings need a pass rusher. So I could easily see Verse going to Minnesota. Although they could go a different direction. Who knows? Broncos need some protection. They also need a quarterback, really, because Russell is not working out well in Denver, and they just cut him. So, we shall see what Denver decides to do. There's going to be a little bit of shuffling around here in 1 to 15. And it all depends on what the prior picks go for. As usual, that's typically how this works. Raiders could use some defensive help for sure. Latu typically goes to the Saints, which I'm not going to be happy about because I like Latu. I like him a lot, actually. If this dude drops somehow magically, by some miracle, 233, that would be incredibly tempting for me. I'm not even going to lie. If I was in Panthers GM, that would be incredibly tempting. That dude has some massive talent and skill and speed. I see a lot of potential in Latu. I loved him during the combine. He looked great. And somebody's going to go after Bowers up here too in the top 15. No question. The question is who? Broncos traded for Zach. Yeah, they did. Yep. You're right. You're right, Marcos Cash. Thank you for pointing that out. Yes. So yeah, they're going to be looking for some offensive line help. So Fuega is in play here for Denver. The Colts really need everything, to be honest. Jacksonville is one of those teams I'm paying heavy attention to as far as who they pick up throughout the entire draft, because they're pretty much just one draft away from becoming a power team in the AFC and becoming a major threat over there. They might even eclipse Houston very quickly, depending on who they pick up. You know, they're on the fringe, but they're not quite there yet. It all depends on this draft right here. If they get some sick talent, man, it won't be long. They will be in the playoffs after that. And they're going to make some noise too. If you can keep Trevor Lawrence healthy and you can keep Etienne healthy in your backfield and you get some weaponry on that offense and just a tiny bit more protection for the Jags on the offensive line, perfecto. Chef's kiss. That's what you're looking for in Jacksonville. That could be really, really nasty. And I fear for Houston. I fear for any team that gets in the vicinity of that offense when it gets fully protected and perfected. KC is probably one of the only teams that doesn't have to worry about it because they've got enough defensive talent they can handle it. But if everybody else, for the other 2/3 of the AFC, look out if Jacksonville is on your schedule and that offense gets perfected. That's going to spell trouble for the scoreboard. And Brian Thomas Jr., this is another example of one of those talented players that I'm talking about. If they get one of those types of players, oh man, it will not take long for Trevor to get used to a wide receiver like that. I know him well enough. I know what he does. I know how he does things, in the pocket. It will not take long. I mean, I got a soft spot for my Clemson players, you know what I mean? But at the same time, I want the best 53-man roster possible. Where do they come from? LSU? Where do they come from? Alabama? Where do they come from? South Carolina? I'm all for it. Whether it's from Florida State, wherever these guys come from, I want the best 53-man roster possible that we can win games with. I mean, do I root for certain people? Absolutely in the league. Yeah. I'll root for my Clemson players around the league. For sure. As long as they're not playing us. Yeah, sure. But... And I like the way that Jacksonville is building themselves, too. I do like KC as well. I like how they built themselves. I like the coaching staff. I like every part of it, man. Zay Jones is just like Michael Thomas. Oh, wow. So, I mean, you move on down here. The Bengals could use some offensive line protection. I can see that. Steelers need offensive linemen. So, I mean, it gets real mix and match up here, depending on what these teams need in the top 15. But it's going to be shuffled around a lot. But I'm not even really concerned about that. I'm concerned from 22 on down. Because 22, if the Eagles give up that pick right there and they forfeit it, then things get spicy down here. Because there's a lot of talent that could come off this board very quickly or stay there. So... And like I was just explaining with Cooper DeJean, if he gets pushed down and he's available, That's going to push everybody down, which means more talent available to us at corner. You see what I'm saying? Like, this is very interesting. I see Kool-Aid staying in the first as well. Oh, you guys just talking Spanish to each other. Okay, cool. Cool. That's cool. Alright, so, like I said, this is not an official mock. But let's see who might want to jump up to 39. You know? Whatever wide receiver we don't pick is going to the Texans at 42. I can guarantee you that. They are watching very closely to see who we don't pick. So is Washington. They're watching very closely. I can see the Giants moving up. I can see the Jags moving up to where we are. Eagles trade is in play as well. We could probably go for one of those Eagles picks, you know, if we were to move down. Giants are in play as well, you know, with the 47. With the trade down. Who knows, man? There's a lot that could happen here. Texans have 2 second-round picks. Eagles have 2 second-round picks. Any team that's already got 2 second-round picks is already in play. For a trade down. I see this 39 being a defensive player. We've met with Neyland. We've met with Schroeder. Who are we going to target? Who are we going to target? That's the question. You could run about 20 different versions of these mocks and target a different player each time. And the results vary. Okay, so what would y'all say if we you drafted Mingo last year. Him and Leggett are basically the same player. Panthers taking a wide receiver early, possibly at all. Not taking one at all. Well, here's the thing. We also took Steve Smith and we took Moose in the second round. If you remember how that worked out. So you can't just discount the fact that lately, yeah, we've been picking the wrong wide receivers, but in the past, we picked some absolute ballers in the second round that were first round talent. And they may have been overlooked maybe because of their size, like Steve Smith, or maybe a certain skill set, and like Moose was. But yet they turned into Pro Bowlers and monsters. So I wouldn't be so quick to say, you know, let's not draft a wide receiver at 33. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm fully in support of drafting a wide receiver at 33. Broski, Mingo, and Leggett are built the same, but play totally different. Yeah, true. That is so true, Marcos Cash. You are right. Panthers need every position in the secondary and need an edge. We don't need a safety. We're okay in the safety department. I will say that right now. I think eventually we probably are going to try to replace Jamie Robinson. But we signed Sam Franklin back. So I feel like we're okay at safety for now. And I forget the name of the new safety we just got too. Somebody remind me in chat. But he's a solid one. He came over from the Rams. You know, so we're okay there. We definitely need a second or third string corner. We definitely need a linebacker, possibly 2 linebackers, if we can get them. An edge rusher for sure. We need a defensive tackle. That's what I feel like we need in defense. Broski says, Thielen, Johnson, TMJ, Moore, Mingo, all under contract. Morgan is going to build up the defense this draft, trust me. Yes, but we also need a true number 1 wide receiver. And that's been the conversation that's been going on. And our Panthers management have met with Xavier Legette at least half a dozen times and already told him we're going to draft you at 33 if you're there. We've already straight up told him. I mean, do y'all think that's a smokescreen or no? Because at this point, I don't think so. I after about 3 times of telling him, that's not a coincidence. That's basically saying, yeah, we're locking you in. Panthers need a pair of starting corners. I mean, we got J.C. Horn. We're okay. As long as he stays healthy for a while, we'll be okay. And we've got Troy as well. Troy can fit in there and take care of business. So, yeah, I mean, if we can get Gilmore signed, and this dude's still playing games with us, man. It's either him or his agent still playing games with us, trying to see what we're going to draft first. Man, this dude's about to mess around and change up our whole draft strategy, man. This is pissing me off with Gilmore. I don't like this, bro. I don't like it. Because if he doesn't sign, that means we have to draft a corner early. If he doesn't, that means we have to get aggressive with this. You know, and I don't like being too overly aggressive and being pressured into drafting a position, you know, this early. When we've been comfortable drafting everything else, you know, at other positions right now. We're looking for depth. And the thing is, like, if we do sign Gilmore, then that means we can be relaxed with this. We can draft a corner late. You know, we can put him at the number 4 spot. And we've got our solidified Gilmore, Troy, and J.C. Horn 3. You know what I'm saying? Like, without a problem. So, Gilmore playing games with us, man, or his agent, is not good. That's not healthy for us right now, man. That's what I'm trying to tell you. I wanted a solution to this to be found throughout this month before we even got to this final week. But Gilmore's out playing on vacation or spending time with his family. I get it. You know, you don't want to mess around with this type of business, you know, during the off season. I get it. You know, you want to do your like off season workouts and stuff like that in your own time. You know, fair enough, man. Fair enough. If he doesn't want to get involved, I don't blame him. But the agent is screwing us, man. The agent is trying to get a little bit more money out of us. He's trying to squeeze us. He knows our situation. He's trying to use it against us. And I don't appreciate that. I really, really don't. I don't like it. He thinks he's got the leverage, but he really doesn't. He really doesn't, though. It's a major problem. It is. But it could change up our whole draft strategy from top to bottom, after 39 pick. Or with the 39 pick and beyond. Do I think we need a pair of starting corners? No. Do we need a solid number 2 or number 3 corner? Yes. Don't forget Jordan Fuller. True. I'll allow it. Yeah. Xavier has to be a dumb idiot telling the media Panthers told him they'll draft him at 33, avoiding it. Drafting this knucklehead, what a dummy. I don't know. Just because he said it to the media doesn't make him dumb. It just means that he just talks too much, and some of these guys do talk too much, man. It does happen, but if you're the Panthers management, you shouldn't be saying, I'm going to draft this player 3 times to a player when you're trying to create smoke screens and hide what you're doing. So really, it goes back to the management, not saying anything and keeping their mouth shut. So it works both ways. No, he's already been to Bo like 4 or 5 times. Yeah, and my thing is, like, if he's been to Boa 4 or 5 times, you're not exactly hiding it anymore. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's not a smokescreen anymore. It's basically saying, yeah, we're locking you in. Are you saying that Horn is your top corner? You haven't learned your lesson yet. Amazing the Panthers have a pair of starting corners. End of need a pair of starting corners. Learn your lesson. Listen to your father. Alright. Remind me again the quarterback rating when people threw it to Horn when he was healthy and on the field. Remind me again what that quarterback rating was. I don't think I need to say anything more than that. The key is when he's healthy. The only problem is he hasn't been healthy a full season. If we fix that problem, we got a bona fide number 1. Now, what he does from there, that's when you start evaluating. And you say, okay, he can't do this, he can't do this, he can't do this. Okay, that devalues him as a number 1. Then let's put Troy Franklin in, or draft somebody. That's when it becomes an issue. Is it becoming an issue yet? No. But his injury has been. Like, say, for example, Dante Jackson. The injury was what started the evaluation process. When he was on the field, that's when I started evaluating. I said, okay, this dude toe tackles, that's a problem. We're devaluing him for that. He can't wrap up sometimes in tackles. That's a second thing. Sometimes he'll get burnt, crispy on certain plays because he overlooks the wide receiver. Okay, that's a devaluation point. See, that's when you start devaluing these corners. You don't start devaluing these players until you see them on the field for a consistent amount of time. And then you can properly evaluate them and say, okay, they can't do this, this, and this. Then you start saying, okay, do we have a problem here? Do we need to start replacing this? Or are we good? Do you feel like this is a problem enough yet to where you want to start looking for something new? Or are we okay for another couple of years? You know? And that's really up to the coaching staff and what they think is best. That's a pretty big problem. When you say there, Chief, Horner only played 6 games last season, only 22 games in 3 seasons. You're relying on Horn. No, whoa. How you? I wasn't done talking, bro. I wasn't done talking. What I was going to allude to is the solution to fix this problem is solidify your second spot, your third spot, and your fourth spot. So that you can ensure that you have proper depth. To where if these players end up sitting on the sideline with an injury, the next guy up has that same type of talent. Troy has that same type of talent. I think it's time to bump him up. You know what I'm saying? Gilmore has that same type of talent. That's why I want him signed here. Keith Taylor and all them never had that type of talent. Never did. And that's why they stayed where they were. Stanley Thomas Oliver, you know, that's why they're not here anymore. Because they never had that ability to move up the ladder. I want corners that have the ability to move up the ladder. Creating competition and making sure to close that gap in between them. That way, when you have an injury of Horn, you're not losing anything out there. The next guy up. Next man up. So that's how you start solving that problem. You don't just say, oh, we're going to replace the injured player, you know, right away. Okay. There are certain other things you can do to prevent those injuries as well. Strength and conditioning, proper diet. There's certain things you can do. But there are other things you can't do because they're football-related injuries. You can't avoid them. It just is what it is. So you just have to be ready with that proper depth. Knowing full well that a guy's not going to play a full season. But the talent that you get when he's on the field, you already know that these guys are not going to throw the ball that direction. You see what I'm saying? You already know for pretty much for a fact they're not going to throw it over there. Unless they really want to test you. And they'll want to test your durability. So, Horner will be fine. He just needs to stay out of that pool room with the slippery floor. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. That's what I'm saying. Like, you can only do so much. And Mr. Tepper, you could help as well by getting rid of that turf. I'm just saying. You know I'm going to take this opportunity to throw that bone at you, Tepper. You know I am. Any chance I get, I'm going to throw that turf bone at you. So, come on, man. Because he still won't do it. I don't know why, but God forbid that man will do anything to help us right now. But yeah, any other players that you want to talk about? Throw them in chat. Let's talk about them. We're here for the evaluation process just as much as the mock. You know, I'm all about learning about players. So if you got a certain player that you really, really like, you know, name the player, what school they come from, what position they play, and why you like them in chat, and we'll take a look. So, this is your invite. Go for it. Any players that you like. Chances are pretty good I probably already looked at them with my team. But if you see anything else, I'm totally open to it. Three years is long enough to make a decision. So what you're saying is they don't need to draft a pair of corners for when Horn is injured again. What I'm saying is that Gilmore can fill that gap. That's what I'm saying. If we can sign Gilmore and we can draft a corner, I'd be down with it. You know, it's added protection and added security in the corner room. But either way, Dan has mentioned that no matter what we do, that signing or that draft pick is going to compete against Dane Jackson for the number 2 spot. And Troy is going to be the bona fide number 3. That's what we're looking at right now. Horn is the number 1. Panthers management has already said that Horn is going to be number 1 without saying it. You know, with all of these comments and questions, Adam, you know, about the rest of the depth chart. So everyone's pretty much accepted it at this point. 2 players who would be great for the Panthers, Braylon Allen and Theo Johnston. Yeah, Braylon Allen. I absolutely agree with Braylon Allen. I love Braylon Allen. I also vouch for Will Shipley as well. So if you can't get Braylon, go for Will Shipley. Both display that Jonathan Stewart type running back ability that I'm looking for in a West Coast. And both would be a great fit. There's probably 1 or 2 more as well. Let me look at them real quick. People also argued Jonathan Brooks would be a good fit. I agree with that. Trey Benson is also on my radar. Clay from Robstar Report also likes Isaiah Davis. So, I mean, there's some running back talent here, man, if you want it. Shipley's not an NFL running back. No way. Why do you say that, broski? I would have to disagree. I've watched this dude myself. I think he's a solid running back. He's been battle tested. He's also from North Carolina. For all the people that like the people from North Carolina draft picks, you got 5 yards per carry. You got 827 yards last year, 5 rushing touchdowns. He could also be a playmaker in the receiving game too. 31 receptions, 244 yards. I mean, that's an added talent. Look at his combine numbers. You got a 40 of 4.39. You got a vertical of 38.5. 3-cone looks great. I mean, I just don't see. I don't see where you're coming from on that argument. Yeah, I mean, he can't pass block, but that's not what you're asking him to do. You put him in a two running back set. That's what you do. And we've already got Chuba. And if we could ever get Miles Sanders to actually do something, that would be a three running back set if we could ever get him to do anything. So, I mean, rushing wise, he's more of a straight ahead rusher. He can break tackles, but he's more of a playmaker, really. And that's the kind of running backs I like in a West Coast. If I was running a power run West Coast, I would definitely choose Shipley. Because that's the type of talent I'm looking for. He has that raw power and that raw speed that I'm looking for. Disagree with you on the explosiveness. He definitely has explosiveness. You just got to provide the holes for him. Just give him the lanes, and he'll take care of the rest. That's how it. Yeah, I remember a lot of people saying, "Oh, C.J. Spiller was not a good running back for the NFL." Wrong. You know, every single running back that's come out of Clemson has been a solid running back. I've met these guys myself. I've seen them in person. Okay? I've watched them during spring practices. During the spring games. I go up there for spring games every year. You have to remember that, broski. Okay. You guys don't like him? That's fine. We can go with Braylon Allen. I'm cool with that. I'm just saying he's the type I would like. You know. Braylon Allen is a good choice too. If you like Braylon Allen, go for him. 5.4, 984 yards, 12 rushing touchdowns. There's really no wrong answer. In my opinion. And again, he can't pass block. But he can do everything else. Shipley runs like he has a piano on his back. I mean, listen, man, I don't understand this stigma against Clemson players. Like, why do you guys just not like Clemson players? Like, you got to give me more than just, oh, it's just tradition that we haven't drafted Clemson players. Like, I'm not frustrated about it, but, you know, I want the best players that fit our needs, you know? I want the best 53-man roster possible. You have to understand I'm taking the bias out of it, but at the same time, it's kind of like, I just don't understand this bias against Clemson players. I don't get it. Like, every time I throw a Clemson name up there, everybody's just like, let's not get him, let's not get him. Like, is everybody a Gamecocks fan? Like, what? I don't get it. If you legitimately are a Gamecocks fan, fair enough. But you're going to have a stigma against Clemson players. But there's just this fan base wide stigma against Clemson players, and I don't get it. And I've actually talked up Xavier Leggett. I've talked up Clowney. I've talked up all these Gamecocks players. You know, I've talked up all these Notre Dame players, Florida State players. You know, I like these guys. You know, and it's not that I'm, like, bashing your opinion, broski. It's just I've noticed that, like, throughout the entire fan base. It's not just you. You know? You know, you may or may not be, like, bashing Clemson players at this point, but I've noticed it throughout the entire fan base, though. And I just don't understand it. I don't get it. Whenever there is a Clemson player to be had, no, we don't want the Clemson player. We don't want the Clemson player, no matter who it is. And I'm like, I don't get it. Like, why not? Give me a legitimately good reason why not. Like, don't just say, oh, it's tradition, we haven't drafted a Clemson player. Don't just say, oh, this player sucks. No, he doesn't. Because I'm going to argue with you to the death about that. that this dude does have talent, whoever it may be. Unless I don't vouch for them, then I'm going to debate with you. That's what I'm saying. Like, I have no problem with us going after North Carolina, Virginia people, Virginia Tech, Florida State people. I have no problem with that. If they fit our need, they fit our need better than a Clemson player. I have zero problem with that. You know, but to me, like, to say a Clemson player doesn't have the talent that they actually do have, I'm going to debate with you. Come on. I'm going to have debates with you all day long about that. Because I've seen these guys in person. I know what they can do and what they can't do. Because I've watched them in person. Like, you're just not going to win. You can have your own opinions, but, you know, that's up to you. But if you prefer another player, tell me why you prefer another player. I'll probably agree with you. Most likely. And yeah, I actually did love CMC when I saw him. I love CMC. That's the whole thing, though. You know? Like, if the player is legitimately better than the Clemson player, fine by me. You don't see me complaining about it. I'm not going to complain about it. I'm not Cody. You know? I am a Clemson fanatic, but I'm a Panthers fan first. Like, I'm not going to lose sleep over it. You know what I'm saying? That's my whole point, man. But don't try to say a Clemson player that I vouch for does not have the talent. Because I will debate you into the ground. Yeah, I mean, broski, you gave me Muffa and Braylon Allen. So you're good. That's why I'm not upset with you. I'm just saying in general. I'm just saying in general, broski. That was my whole point of this whole rant. Yeah, if you like those running backs, fine. Fine. If you think they're better than Shipley, go for it. I'm not going to argue with you guys on that. Like, they are definitely better than Shipley. No doubt about it. And if you ask me, I legitimately think Braylon Allen is slightly better than Shipley is. Just based on watching both. Like, there's no wrong answer here in what running back you like out of these. Everybody's going to have their favorite, you know what I mean? And that's my point, man. Like, I watched somebody bash Trotter earlier, you know. And I'm like, nah, man. Trotter can ball. Like, if you like a linebacker better than Trotter, be my guest. But, you know, I'm going to stick with who I like. Like, I could offer you Braswell. I could offer you Cedric Gray. Some people like Solomon. You know, I'm not going to argue. You know, if you like somebody better. But don't tell me that Trotter doesn't have the talent that he does. Like, that's my whole point. And I've watched people do that over and over and over again on streams, and I'm just like, with Clemson players. And I'm like, come on. Like, you've read the scouting reports, you know, okay? You know they've got the talent. Like, that's not an excuse not to put him on your radar. You're using that as an excuse. You're using that lie as an excuse not to put him on your radar. That's what I'm saying. If that's not your top pick, fair enough. I'm not mad at it. Pick whatever player you want that you think fits us best. But don't try to tell me that Trotter can't tackle. Because everybody knows he can. Okay? Like, I'm done. I'm done. I know Cody's got his little rampage going about us not getting Clemson players, and I don't blame him. You know, it's I'm not thrilled with it either, but you know, I'm not mad at it. If you like somebody better, then pick them. You know, end of the day, I want best 53-man roster possible. Period. Point blank. Period. I'm a Panthers fan first. I've said it many, many times, and I'll continue to beat that drum until it becomes any less loud. All right, so let's say I'm gonna reset it. We're gonna see who gets picked where. Obviously, we're going for Xavier Leggett because of what our management said. But let's just see some scenarios. Let's just see who pops up. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm not immediately gonna run a mock yet, but I just want to see who pops up. You know, before we start really digging in. Braylon Allen is the better back, but Ray Davis fits the scheme better. Fits better scheme wise, even though Shipley fits better, but he's undersized. Yeah, exactly. See, that's a good reason. Thank you, Marcos Cash. That's what I'm looking for. That's what I'm looking for. Give me a reason. You know, why you like a different running back better. Don't just say it's tradition that we're not getting Clemson players. Like, I saw that over at Clay's channel, and I'm just like, really? Come on. Like, I'm so tired of that argument. But yeah, that's a good reason, Marcos Cash. You got a point. Valid point. And I actually do agree with it. Okay, so Worthy keeps jumping up here into the top 25. That's interesting to me. And I mean, we are using consensus picks, I think, right? Clay from Robstar Report. If you aren't subbed to him, go check him out. He's a really solid guy. I like him. Ooh, Peyton Wilson goes into the first round? Look at this! Well, well. Jags offer us a center. See, this is the type of stuff that we could be getting. These are the types of phone calls we could be getting right here. A center, you know, we could be getting actual players in these trades. Were these a number 3 wide receiver threat? You think so? Okay. I think he's a solid number 1. He can be developed into a number 1, but right now he's got number 2 talent. But you got to develop him into a number 1. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, I'm on everybody's channels, man. I'm on Shellytron's channel. I'm on Big Cat's channel from time to time. I'm on Unk's channel. I'm on Robstar Report's channel. I do a lot of collaborations with Blitzball Champ. For those people that aren't familiar with him, um, you know, he's pretty much part of the team at this point. uh, I'm in everybody's chat really. I'm in C3 as well, you know, from time to time. So, but I mean, these are the types of offers that we could be getting on actual draft day. We could be getting like a center offer. We could get like a tight end offer. Who knows what might pop up in these phone calls? That's what I'm saying. Like, it could get crazy, dude. But we are obviously going to be going for uh, Leggett. Even though Lad McConkey is still on the board here. And I find that very, very interesting. Um, some people prefer Lad McConkey over Leggett. And that's fair. You know? What I'm saying is, like, there's no wrong choice at wide receiver up here except for Adonai Mitchell. I will say that's the wrong choice. Because Adonai Mitchell does not display the yak ability. He has trouble catching in traffic. And he also has trouble with separation. So those are all components that are not good fits for the West Coast. Oh yeah, Broski is infamous on in a lot of different channels. Actually, I've seen you in a few different ones. I've seen you in Unks. I've seen you in Big Cats. I've seen you in a few. Yeah, but yeah, man, lots of love, man. Appreciate you still sticking around. That's awesome. That you really enjoy this channel that much, man. That really means a lot. That you're hanging around as much as you do around here, man. That's cool. Cool. Yeah, definitely show him some love. Um, oh, you're in the Detroit Lions chats too? Cool. Very cool. Okay, see, what rating system are we using for these players? Because if Xavier Leggett shows up as 52, then we can start entertaining some offers for that 33. You see what I'm saying? Like, you don't immediately have to pick Xavier Leggett at 33. You can entertain whatever offers show up. And say if a Chop Robinson or a Darius Robinson show up, that might be a 33. That might be a 33. I'm telling you right now, that might be a 33. You could still get Xavier Leggett at 39. Oh, you troll him every morning on the Lions Talk Live? There you go. There you go, man. Okay, let's. If you pick a defensive player like Chop Robinson or Darius Robinson for 33, and you don't trade at all, and you pick Liggett at 39, then you're stuck with 65, which would be Van Pran. Everybody's pretty much figured out that we're going after Zach Frazier or Van Pran at 65. I mean, that's pretty obvious at this point. Then at 101, you're looking at whichever defensive position you didn't choose. like maybe a linebacker at 101 would be an option. I would go Cedric Gray. Okay, so now that you've done that, now you need a DB. And I'm looking down here at Cam Hart at 115. This is why you need those extra picks. This is why you need to trade down. If you're looking for a guy like Carlene Carson or Cam Hart, this is why you got to trade down at least once so you can pick up somebody like this. Otherwise, you're stuck with Jerry Jones. You're stuck with Pritchett, you know. And I don't know about that. Whether those guys are still going to be there. No, you know, once you get down to 141, no chance of these guys being here. So you're stuck with the bottom of the barrel. Nate Wiggins is bait. I'm not going for Nate. Even though he's the best corner out there, I'm not going for Nate. I encourage people not to go for that. Even as a Clemson fan, I know that this is bait. And I know it's going to screw up my draft. So I'm not going to do it. Broski, if you like really in-depth draft content, Rob Starr is your guy. Yeah. That content is legit, and Dan is cool on Lions Talk Live. I behave myself to an extent. Bro can tell you anything you want to know about any draft prospect. That is so true about Clay. Yeah, for sure. He could definitely tell you about any prospect you want to know. The dude does his homework. I have so much respect for that. And I have so much love for that. You know, as much homework as I do with my team on these draft prospects, we only get to about half of them. And I watch Clay, and he's just all over it, dude. You ask him about any player in chat, and he's already got an answer for you within like 5 seconds. It's like, oh, I remember this player. And I'm like, wow, dude. Like, it's impressive. Like, that just shows you how much work this dude puts in. And that's what it takes, man. You got to put in the work. You got to put in the work. I got so much love and respect for that, man. Go for it. You know, keep putting out that stuff, man. That's awesome. I love it. I absolutely love it. Alright, so like I said, if you want, say, a Cam Hart or a Carson, you know, that everybody's been throwing into their draft boards, you're going to have to trade down at least once in order to get one of those guys. Or you're drawing from the bottom of the barrel in the dumpster. So it can get tricky here, man. One of these two has to be moved down. One of these two has to be moved down. I'm not sure which one. Jumping to a Bears chat now. Peace. Okay, cool. See you next time, broski. Appreciate you coming in, man. So that's again why I say Nate Wiggins is a trap. That's a trap. I'm not feeling it, bro. Now, at defensive tackle, again, I'm going to push hard for people to pay attention to Justin Igby. Defensive tackle / defensive end. He can play both. He's a playmaker. He's very, very talented. What that limits you to as far as running backs, you may be looking at Isaiah. That's what I'm thinking is going to happen. I think in a lot of different scenarios, you're going to be looking at Isaiah Davis. Because most of these guys are going to be gone. You might get lucky and get Braylon Allen if you trade down. That's fine. That's fine. If he wants to go over there, that's cool. I saw that comment though. Yeah, that's cool. If he wants to head over to Unks, that's cool. I don't care. I'm cool with it. Whatever y'all want to do, man. But if you're sticking around, I enjoy having your company here. So, now, let's just say, in a weird situation where we trade that 39 down and you're targeting Cedric Gray, right? I think this is the best scenario we can come up with right now. Again, it depends on the rankings on draft weekend. But okay, let's say we go ahead and pick Leggett or Leggett. There goes Nate Wiggins. He ain't lasting. Troy's gone. Cool. Bo Nix. Edgar and Cooper. Okay, Darius Robinson. Darius Robinson may or may not still be there by the time we pick at 39 again. That's if we don't move the 33 and we go straight for Leggett. Okay, let's reset. Let's see if this is consistent. Let's see if this is consistent. That's what I'm looking for. I'm looking for consistent roundabout picks here. If these guys go around the same area every single time using this system. No, wait. We need to make sure we got consensus. Okay, let's try again. Consensus is what we want. All right. Fulega, Troy, Brian, Byrne. Okay. Mims, Penix. Wow, that is a massive reach. And plus, the Cardinals are probably going to be looking to trade down anyway. I don't see that happening. Darius Robinson. Okay. So that would put Zach Frazier back on the board. This is exactly what I was thinking was going to happen anyway. Powers Johnson won't escape the first round. Troy Franklin rarely ever escapes the first round. Darius Robinson sometimes escapes the first round. But if you're expecting Nate Wiggins, it ain't happening. Okay, in this particular draft, Falcons have given up their 8th pick, so Jaden Daniels would go to somewhere else. Okay. Kool-Aid McKinstry would go to somewhere else. Perhaps the Vikings, because that would cause them to let Adonai Mitchell go. Adonai Mitchell would most likely go to Buffalo, opening up Troy Franklin for us. Do you see how these forfeitures make a difference now? It makes a massive difference. And again, that really has no bearing or effect on Darius Robinson. So, Nate again is a trap. I'm avoiding that one. Trade back with Green Bay. Where's Green Bay pick? Oh yeah. That was an option at 33. Yeah, you're right. You're exactly right. Thank you for pointing that out. Yes, Green Bay does have 2 second round picks. The Raiders could also call us. So, you never know. We do still have Chop Robinson. Chop is still there. And I mean, this has been consistent. Chop has been here. There's a 50-50 chance Chop drops to us in the second round at 33. Solid chance of Chris Jenkins dropping to us. Let's see. Who else? Solid chance of Ladd McConkey dropping to us at this point. Fisk will be there. Peyton Wilson will be there. Sanders will be there. Brooks will most likely be there, unless somebody reaches. Which you can't discount that chance that somebody's going to reach on Brooks. Keon Coleman will still be there. Worthy will most likely still be there. Cooper will still be there. Who else? Leggett, yeah. So I do agree with you. Trade down to Green Bay, and Leggett's there at 52. I agree. Let's go ahead and do that. And I'm going to do a little bit of fancy trading here that most GMs would not do. Well, see, our management has solidified they're going after Xavier Legette. So let's just run this mock as if we're going for Legette. Alright? If you want Ladd McConkey in a separate mock draft, we can do that too. We can definitely do that as well. I would not be opposed to that. 48. I'm going to ask for the third round pick. Not 2 third round picks. A 4th. No. That's all we're getting? You are joking, dude. So all I'm getting for this 33rd is a 41 and an 88. That's all I'm getting, dude. I need more. I need more. This ain't gonna cut it. I've got to have 2 picks along with where we're trading down. That's bare minimum. So in that case, Washington has a 36 and a 40. It ain't gonna happen, bro. You can't. 41, 88, and a 126. See, they're not going for it. Our 33rd and our 5th? I don't know about this. You talking about the 142? I mean, yeah, it would work, but I don't want to give up that 142. I'm trying to get picks, not give them away. You know what I'm saying? Like, I want something around that area. Like in the 4th round. That's what I want. And Green Bay is not willing to give that to me. So, there's a reason why. Because I'm targeting specific people in the 4th round. So, to me, Green Bay would not be the right trade target to me. So let's try the Raiders. The Raiders seem like one of those that people wanted me to trade with. We can try that. And obviously I'm looking to get a 6th out of it too. No matter who we pick. Oh, not Washington. Raiders. Let me make sure. Okay, no. I don't want that in there. See, it's glitching. Okay. So, the 44. Obviously, I'm going to ask for a 4th. And a 5th. 4th, 5th, and 6th. Possibly. I don't want to get greedy with this. I don't want to get greedy with this, but the Raiders are looking like a very interesting trade target here. See, with this trade right here, minus the 2 7s, you know, this looks good. 33. Let's take off the 2 7s. We can get those in a later trade. And see, like, you're trading down, but you're also picking up 2 picks. That's the point. And that's what I'm after here. That's a proper value. You could possibly ask for like a 4th next year. Would be nice. Maybe a 4th and a 5th. I mean, yeah, but I don't want to be greedy. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to be greedy. See, that's being greedy. See, they're going to instantly reject that. That's why I suggested the 5th. And again, what I'm targeting is in the late rounds, I want a Carlene Carson or a Cam Hart. And this would allow me to get that, you know, with a 112. But it's risky. That's really cutting it close. You know what I'm saying? That's really cutting it close. We have a 101, and I'm planning on using 101 with Cedric Gray. See, that's why I'm really nervous about making a trade like that. Because, see, there's Cedric Gray. Look how close that is. That's really risky. You have to hope that Cedric Gray is still there at 112 if you're going to do that. That's a risk I don't know that I can take. And see, this is why this might not be the best idea. So let's keep playing around. Maybe we can find something. Giants. I'm not actually running a legit mock right now. I'm just seeing potential trade offers here that could happen with a 33. Giants, right? No, stop it. Giants. Okay, say we were to trade with the Giants. Okay, so this would be a 107, a 166, and a pick next year. Possibly even move that up to a third next year. I mean, see, this is a better offer that you're presenting them. Yes, the Giants, you would be knocking off half the Giants' picks here. They'd only have 2 picks. Well, 3 picks, but the point is, like, how badly do they want that player, at 39? That's what the Giants would have to consider. Same with the Raiders. Same with whoever we trade with this 33. How badly do you want this player that you're targeting up there? Are you desperate enough to do it? Okay, so let's talk Houston. Let's try Houston. Now, Houston is something I've been really gung-ho about talking to Houston for the 42. Okay, we'll ask for the lower 4th. No. Okay, see, that's not going to work. They don't like that. They want all their picks. But they also want Xavier Legette. They also want Xavier, though. See, that's the thing. They have been gung-ho about trying to get Xavier. So, this is going to be really interesting. I think if they really want Xavier, they're going to have to pony up on that 39. I just don't see us going for Leggett at 33 with this ranking system. I don't see us doing it. I see us getting a defensive player and then saying, okay, you want this 39. Leggett's still there, when we trade down to the 40s range. But how badly do you want Leggett, Houston? How badly do you want him? Enough to give away one of your cherished 4th rounders? See, that's where things get interesting. And I don't think they're going to go for it on the 33rd pick. But once they see a few players go off the board at between 33 and 39, that might trigger them. You know what I'm saying? that might trigger them to go for it on a 39. And maybe make us an offer. I don't know, though. I mean, you're going to get a good 3rd and 4th round pick for a 5th round pick, but oh well. True. But I'm not looking to give away a 5th. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not looking to give away a 5th. I want to move down to the 40s range, but also pick up 2 picks. That's what I want. If I'm not getting 2 picks plus what I move down to, then it's not a trade. I can't greenlight it. It's not enough value. That 33 is worth more than that. Xavier Legette is worth more than that to me at 33 or 39. You got to give me a reason to move. Otherwise, I'm not going to do it. Because there's way too much talent up here at 33. You got to give me a reason to move out of that 33. I'm not going to do it just for the heck of it. Because even if I was to move that 33, Leggett's still there at 39. I still have that safety net to go after him. If you're the Panthers management, right? Since you've locked in Xavier, right? Why would I do anything else at 39 besides go after Xavier? And see, that opens the door for 33 to be traded down. But you got to give me enough talent. Enough capital. Otherwise, I'm not moving 33. I would rather pick up Leggett at 33 and then move the 39. That's what I'd rather do. And I mean, we might get a couple of players in some of these trades. Who knows? But see, this is more of what I'm looking for. A 2nd rounder, 2 fourths, and maybe a 6th. That's what I'm looking for. You know, for 2 7s. That's more around what I'm looking for. A 2nd, a 3rd, and garbage 7th rounder. Who cares? Now see, this one is more appealing. This one you could start negotiating with. If they're offering us a center, I don't know about the Titans center, but, you know, there's a few centers I would be interested in out there. That if they were thrown into a trade offer, I'd be down for it. I would entertain it. Doesn't necessarily say I would greenlight it, but I would entertain it. 2nd round, 3rd round, 6th round, same things. You know what I'm saying? Like, you want to be able to control what you put out. You know what I'm saying? You want to be able to control what value you get out of this 33. You are in power here with this 33. This is your leverage. What are you getting out of that 33? It's got to be enough capital. Otherwise, why waste your time? Alright, so see what I'm going to do. I'm not seeing anything that really stands out to me. I see the Jags down here at 48. High chance of us moving down there. So here's what I'm going to do. I want to go ahead and choose Leggett because I feel like that's what's going to happen on draft day anyway. And look at all of these players that are now trade bait for teams that might try to trade up in between 38, 33, and 39. You see what I'm saying? Like, look at all of that talent that's going off the board. You're looking at Lassiter. You're looking at Nate Wiggins. You're looking at Chop Robinson. All of these guys could be trade bait for another team that wants to trade up and give up their capital to, say, maybe in Arizona, maybe Washington might be looking to do that. I would say your trade target is Washington if you wanted to trade up. You know, into the second round, high second round. Because they've got 2 picks. See, they've got 36 and they've got 40. So Washington would be your trade target if you see something like Xavier go off the board and you still got a Chop Robinson, a Nate Wiggins, Lassiter, some players like that sitting here. Definite trade target. So you should be expecting to see that on day 2. Regardless of what we do with that 39 afterwards. If we go Xavier with 33. So don't be surprised if you see a trade pop up for 36 here. Don't be surprised, guys. Washington will be on the phone with somebody. I can guarantee that one. I don't think anybody's gunning for that New England pick. Arizona's moving that 27 down, so they're not interested in that. They're going to pick somebody at 35. So, and the Chargers are probably going to pick somebody here at 37. Titans are too. So I just don't see either one of those 3 teams moving their pick. Any of those 4, really. Except for Washington. That's the one. That's the one that might get moved. Somebody might go after Lassiter. They might go heavily after Lassiter. Or maybe a Ladd McConkey. Maybe somebody like Coleman. All of these guys are targets right here at the 36 mark. All of them. You don't know. Draft weekend is weird, dude. You just don't know. You don't know what might pop up. I do have an edge rusher that I have an idea of what I want. So, linebacker. Okay, say we go for Peyton Wilson. Say we listen to Luke Kuechly. And we go for Peyton Wilson. And we don't trade down. 65 would be Van Pran. That's pretty much a lock. 101 would be opened up since you already picked the linebacker. 101 would then go to Cam Hart or Carson, depending on who is available. I would bet it's going to Cam Hart or Jerrion Jones. One of those 2. So that's what's probably going to happen at 101. So now you kind of see why this is so important, what happens with this 39 pick. A lot can happen, guys. 142. You know, we might go, oh boy. Because all your tight end talent might be gone. You might be looking at Tanner at tight end. I wouldn't be opposed to Jaheim Bell, really, but I don't feel like he can block properly. Trey Knox, same thing, you know. I'd much rather a Jared Wiley, and that's why I want to trade down. You know, I would not be opposed to Eric All. I've been looking at Eric All as well. But I think that pick has to belong. The 142 has to go to Justin Iguodala. It has to. I mean, it's just obvious as day. And when you move those two sevens up, you can go into the 6th round and you can pick something up. But Justin is too valuable not to pick up here. Cedric Johnson is good. I like Cedric Johnson, but he can't play both positions. We love our multi-position players. So, hybrid players on defense. This is what makes Justin Iguodala such a massive target for us, run defense-wise. Look at the run defense. In a 3-4, this is exactly what you're looking for. So, you can plug him in a defensive tackle, and this is what you're going to get. He can plug up those gaps of the ISOs and the draws that we were not able to stop in the past 3 years. Perfect target. If you want him to pass rush, he can pass rush. But he's better at run defense. So if you want him to set the edge, he can set the edge. But that's really all. That's really what you're wanting him to do, is play defensive tackle. That's what I would draft him to do. And then your 6th round is whatever you think is available at the time. So yeah, we would be sticking with the tight ends. We would be sticking with the running backs the way they are. You do have that option at 101 to pick Braylon Allen. That's without trades, okay? This is without trades. So, this is why we need at least one trade in here. And I suggest the 39. I've been pushing the 39 for the longest. And you're about to see why. Since we are targeting. And if you want to push for Cooper at linebacker, you can. I would not be opposed to Cooper. But I'm going to push for Cedric Gray. I just think Cedric Gray is my defensive target. So in that case, you can move that 39 down. And watch what you can do. Because Marcos Cash is already onto something. He's taken my suggestion of the Jaguars and done something with it. Alright, so let's say we're targeting Cedric Gray. Now, let's not forget that we do have Chris Jenkins on the board. Isaac and Tampa would prevent you from doing this. And Sweat. They would be tempting enough to keep you from doing this. But I'm not going to fall for that bait. I'm going to go, no. That's not what I want to do at all. 2 7s. And I'm going to go Jags. I'm going to consistently go Jags because this is already looking like the move I want to make. 2 4s. A 6th. And watch this. I want Agnew. Why do I want Agnew? Agnew is a slot receiver who can also play intermediate routes. But even at his age right now, he still has that speed and ability to play a West Coast offense and do well. And it's a small target contract. So, am I interested in that? Yes. Does that mean that we're not getting a pick next year out of this trade? Yes. And that's fine with me. That is perfectly fine with me. We can ask. Yeah. I'll take 2 6s. That's fine. I like it. And see, this is why this is the right move to make. Edgar and Cooper goes off the board. Fisk. Ladd McConkey. Worthy. And see, this is exactly what I was talking about. The Houston Texans are looking for whatever wide receiver we don't pick. So if we pick Leggett, they're going to go Worthy. If we pick Ladd McConkey, they're going to go Xavier Legette. You see what I'm talking about? Houston is watching to see what we do. They want Xavier bad. And when they know that they can't get him at 33, and that trade offer is going to fall through, and it will, then they're going to pick Worthy down here at 42. Watch and see if I'm right. If Ladd McConkey goes off the board before 42, they're picking Worthy. Or they're going Keon Coleman. One of the two. Alright, so Marcos Cash, you traded the 33 and 165 for 48, 96, 116. No, I didn't say you were being too greedy. What I said was that's too much to give up. You know, to get that. I don't want to give up a 5th. I don't want to give up a 5th to get that type of value. It's just too much value to give up. You know what I'm saying? You need proper value trades. See, all you're doing is just basically saying, okay, well, I'm going to give you my 116 and move up to the 116. You're not gaining but 1 pick out of this trade. That's the problem. You want to gain 2 picks out of this trade while moving down with the 33. And not be upgrading something else. You don't need to. Just get what you get. You know, it's the bonus picks that matter. The point is the bonus picks. And I'll show you. Alright, so let's say we're moving with the Jags. And we did that. Okay, so the 48th pick. 48th pick we are still looking at. Well, I'm not going to trade right now. Davion Sanders. You're still looking at all of this talent up here. You see what I'm saying? Like, all of this talent is still here. So, but with all of this talent here, you can target somebody. You can limit this down and target somebody. And by targeting somebody, let's say we like, I want to see what these offers are first. Move that 44 down to a 77. Pick up those and a tight end. Nah. Move down to a 54. Pick up a third-year talent and a tight end. Tempting. And see, this still gives you the power to do what you want to do at 48. You could still move down again if you're targeting Cedric Gray. That's the point I'm trying to make. And see, I'm targeting Kamara here. That's why I wanted these specific picks. I'm asking for very specific picks for a very good reason. I'm not just doing this just for the heck of it, just to get extra picks. I'm targeting people. That's the whole point of this system, is you're targeting people. And you're picking up 20 picks or sometimes a little less than 20 picks before they're projected to go. That way you ensure that you can get the guy that you want. Even if there's a reach. Even if there's a little bit of a reach, you could still get what you want. If you feel a reach is coming, trade up. That's the point. Okay, so let's say we go for I know people are not going to like this, but I'm going to go Trotter. Probably with this 48. It may still be a little bit of a reach. I have an edge rusher I want. Down there. I can wait. Running back. Trey Benson. I can push for a Braylon Allen with another trade down. See, this is what this gives you. You have the freedom to be able to do stuff like this. If you're smart with your picks and you're smart with your trade downs, there's a lot of options for you. That's why I think this Jaguars trade is a really great idea. Okay, so let's okay. I still want to target Gray. I realize Trotter is going to go off the board. And see, if you wanted Braylon Allen, you'd have to trade down. I'm not interested in TJ Tampa at all right now. My focus is on trying to make sure that we get the right person here. Shoot. Normally Zach Frazier would be available here. And see, that would open up 65 to do whatever you want to do. Okay, so you picked up TJ Tampa, Trotter, Sonat with these picks, and I got from the Jags, and all they got was Ladd at 33, Tommy Etzberg at 142. I would rather have those three compared to those two players. Not arguing, just stating my case. Fair enough. Fair enough. I really... Huh. You like Sonat. Why? Okay. Where is Sonat? Yeah, what ranking is Sonat on here? Let me know so I can find it. And again, highly encourage you to go after Justin Egaby. We don't want to miss on that one. Ah, he's a tight end. Okay. Yeah. Oh, okay. Kansas State. Okay. So what do you like about him? Good numbers. Decent. Okay. Good vertical. Good three cone. Okay. Good percentages. Okay. Usually slow to engage heads. Okay. Yeah, not a bad choice. I like him. I do like him. Kansas State does play. They are battle tested. They do have battle tested players. You know, they play Texas, Oklahoma, Texas Tech, and all them. You know, in the Big 12. So I could definitely see where a guy like that might be a target. I could definitely see that. The reason I like Wiley is mostly because of that 40 time. His vertical and the fact that he is going to be a solid fit in any situation that you put him in. Deep threat, intermediate, short receiving, and his hands are really good. This is why I've been targeting Wiley a lot. Shows consistency in sink and burst, though. excuse me. His upper body strength needs improvement, which, I mean, you can work with that in strength and conditioning coach. Fails to sustain blocks against defenders. So he's going to need to bulk up, but, I mean, he can do that in the NFL. You know, we'll get his weight up to a sustainable number. You know, like a 260 or something like that. Oh, we got breaking news from the Chiefs. Let's see what's going on here. Coach Andy Reid, GM Brett Veach, and President Mark Donovan each get a contract extension. Breaking news, ladies and gentlemen. Breaking news from the Chiefs. Wow. Well deserved. Well deserved from these gentlemen. That's awesome. Good for them, man. You think Sonata's the next Gronk? You really think so? I mean, he's got the potential to... Huh. Well... Huh. I'll have to confess I've never seen him play. So I don't know. I haven't watched him. Okay. I'll do some research and I'll get back to you on that. I will do some research and I'll get back to you on that, Marcos Cash. How about that? I'll relay that to my team. You might have just found a really, really good tight end here. Yeah, I did read it. There we go. That is in the chats right now. Done. All right. But you see, there's a lot of options here, so I'm going to go ahead and see what trade options I have here. At which point I might just push for Trotter. I know it's a little early, but I might push for Trotter. Because if this was an actual draft day, I would be like, okay, send me some offers. Let me see what I like and what I don't like, you know, for this 48. Because, again, there's too much talent up here that could be used as trade bait. Even at 48. Using this system. I think there was a tight end in the 67. I forget who it is, though. Okay, tight end. – He may have gone in the first round. Oh, okay, never mind. No, he didn't. Okay. Oh, he's 6'7". A lot of people are looking at Sanders. And he's 6'4". Everybody's looking for the next Gronk, you know what I mean? Everybody's looking for the next Greg Olsen. Let me see. Let me check something real quick. Blitz sent me something, so I'm going to mute up real quick so I can listen to it.
So between 25 and 32. Okay, cool deal. Also, word.
Alright, guys. Sorry about that. I had to check that message from Blitz to see what he was saying. But I am back. Blitz sent me something, so I'm going to mute up real quick so I can listen to it. Got the chat going on my phone here, so. Let's say we. Let's see, we follow my battle plan there, and we go for Penn State tight end. Okay, Theo. What do you like about Theo? Okay, you like his size and his weight? Okay, 259. I could entertain this, yeah. 4.57. Nice vertical. Good shuttle. Good wingspan. Good 10-yard. Good broad jump. Good hands. I like this. But he can't block. There's the problem. Ding, 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 ding. There's the problem. Hasn't listed, but he's closer to 6'7". You have to be able to block in a West Coast. If you're a tight end, you have to be able to block. And he requires further technique to maximize his leverage and impact against NFL caliber competition. See, that's the thing. He can block against college players, but can he translate that to the NFL level? That's basically what that's saying. And that was my concern as well when I saw that 58%. That immediately jumped off to me. But does he check off all the other boxes? Yes. Pretty much yes. These are consensus rankings, though. These are consensus rankings. So, they... I don't know. Anyway, let's play this out. Oh, God. My eyes. I'm staring at the screen all day. Alright. Sorry about that. Ugh. Let's play this out. Let's get Trotter. I know it's a bit of a reach. Yeah, give me a second. Oh, my eyes are burning. Ugh. This is what happens when you work constantly at this stuff. You do all this work, man. TJ Tampa goes to the Texans. See? Ricky Parasol to the Buccaneers. Trey Benson to the Dolphins. I've seen Trey Benson go to the Dolphins a lot. Chris Jenkins to the Eagles. Nealon to the Eagles. Okay, so we have now acquired a wide receiver. We have acquired a linebacker. I'm not trading within the division. Ooh. Okay, Cards are willing to offer me a guard. I want a center, though. Lions want me to move down to 73. They're going to give me all of this. Ugh. Pass. I want Van Pran. I mean, this is not even a... This is a no-brainer. Ooh, you could move that 65 down a little bit and still get Van Pran. Couldn't you? Is it worth it, though? Is it worth it? Who could I move down with and do this safely? If it's even possible. That's if you're using these rankings, okay? Assuming you're using consensus rankings. Cards. I'm sure the cards wouldn't mind having 65 and 66. And that would still be safe. You could still grab Van Pran within 20. That's possible. You can get the center from where? From Penn State in the 4th or maybe 5th. He is rising in draft boards fast. Who is this? Who is this that you're talking about? Oh. You're talking about Hunter. Okay, let's look at him. 6'3", 317. Okay, good weight. Good size, good weight. Okay, like his arm, like span. Okay. See, the reason I'm not about guys like this is they're run blockers predominantly. We want a pass blocker predominantly. This is why I'm going to pass on this dude. I want somebody that is a pass blocker first. That's the idea of the West Coast offense. You want pass blocker predominant. And we need a lot of protection for Bryce Young right now. We can open up holes. That's not our problem. Our problem is pass protection. Alright, so compare him to Van Pran. 6'4", 298. Yes, you're losing a little bit of weight there. A little bit of strength there. But look at his 40. Look at his hands. All of this stuff can be worked with. It can be worked with, ladies and gentlemen. But he can do both. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Van Pran can do both. And that's why I want him. Inconsistent technique. We need to work with him on that. Okay. See, all of these are technique stuff and strength stuff. Work with the strength and conditioning coach. Work with the coaching staff. You know, the offensive line coach. Work with the veterans that have been here for a while, and have them show you, like, this is what we need to do to bulk you up and prepare you for this level of talent. Like, we've got those types of players on this offense right now that could do that. And I like Van Pran for that reason. Am I willing to move down with the cards? Sure. 71. I don't see any. Yeah, they're not going to reach. Let's move down. And this, No. Stop it. It's glitching out again. Arizona, come talk to me. I want your 71. I want your 71. And I'll ask for how about a 5th? Fifth and a 6th? Heck yeah, consider it done. And if I can maybe get... Nope. Yeah, pushing too hard. That's good enough. I like that. I like that right there. You're moving down to the 71. You're picking up a 138. You're picking up a 186. Done. I don't want sweat. Not in this one. Oh, okay. Move down to 80. Pick up a 115. You got an edge rusher from the Bengals. Saints. Pass. No. No, we're taking Van Pran. We're going to go ahead and pick. Now, what I would like to know is who takes that North Carolina linebacker, Cedric Gray. Who's going to grab him? That's who I'm interested in. Oh, Jags. You stole my edge rusher. You thieves. You absolute thieves. Alright. Shoot. Solomon's still there. Xavier Thomas is still there. I like McGregor. Cedric Johnson is still there. So, I mean, we're not out of the woodwork yet, but that is a major reach for Jacksonville right there. Normally, he would not be taken this early. I feel like that's a reach. Because you look at where this dude is supposed to go. It's supposed to be like 140 or something like that, and he gets taken at 96. That's definitely a reach. Alright, so we're going to have our option of where is he? Okay, you're looking at 193. 193. Okay, we got plenty of picks before that. Shoot. Take your freaking pick. Okay. So pick your favorite defensive end here, maybe. 137. I don't think we want to wait too long on Wiley. I think Wiley might jump. That's why I'm looking at Wiley. If you like Dalen Hawker, I'm not opposed to that either. It's just Colorado State hasn't played anybody, so his numbers are a little inflated. That's the problem. If you like AJ Barner, his numbers look good. He's just not that fast, though. His speed is the concern. If you want to go for AJ, I'm not opposed to that either. I really see something in Jared, though. TCU, you battle Oklahoma, you battle Texas, you played Texas Tech, you're battle tested over here. So this is 47 catches for 520 yards, 8 touchdowns, 11.1 receiving average. So again, this is the type of tight end that I want. And he can block. Yes, we just need to work on him and bulk him up. That's all we really need to do. So, I will take him at 116. That's what I'll do there. Offensive lineman wise, Brandon Coleman is there. Multi-role. I like him. 72, very nice. Very well balanced. Coleman could be a very good pick here. Since Braylon Allen is now off the board. Marcos Castro, I know you're against Shipley, but he's the best on the board. Come on, man. He's the best one there. I could double up at linebacker and get Cedric. Ooh, that might not be a bad idea. That might not be a bad idea, y'all. I've been saying we need linebacker help. And I think we could work with Chuba. I think we could work with our running backs as is right now. Yeah, you want to upgrade maybe, but linebacker's a bigger need. Much bigger need. I want some strong linebackers, dude. I want some people that are going to make a difference. I don't know who's trying to... Let me find out what's going on there. What's up, David? You're on stream with me.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
You're good, man.
I know you're thinking.
What's your thoughts right now?
I'm trying to figure out, like, I've heard so much stuff about the Falcons, and
Yeah.
it's just like, I just don't understand what's going on here.
Basically, it would be a forfeited pick, which would
I
mean...
understand that, but there's another guy in the chat, and they keep pounding. Was saying that we might end up getting that pick. The Falcons. I don't know. I forget his name, but I seen him in the chat.
No, what happens is that number just gets skipped over. Nobody gets picked at that number. No team gets that number. You just move right along to number 9.
Okay. That would be a pipe dream, though. Be nice.
Yeah, you would have to trade up, and there's no way. even with two top level second rounders, you're still not getting up that high.
You know what? My
Not a
opinion, I think they
chance.
should change the rules on that because, you know, that's actual draft pick. You know, they should forfeit it and give it to another team. In my opinion.
I do actually agree with that, but how do you determine what other team would get it, though? See, that's the question that nobody's been able to answer, and that's why they haven't changed it.
The way I see it, the Falcons finished third and we finished fourth
Mm-hmm.
in the division. So they should go to us, in my opinion. But
So you're basing that on record, right?
yep.
Interesting. What do y'all think in chat? What do y'all think? Would that be a viable solution to this? I'm not even going. I really don't want to start up that debate again. You know. So here's the other thing, and the main concern is looking at the Eagles at 2022. If they forfeit their pick, that opens the door for a lot of talent. And I've been kind of going over the options of what might be available at that point in time. There's still a lot of talent that could drop to 33 and 39. You're not going to see I doubt you're going to see Jackson Powers Johnson down there. I doubt you're going to see Adonai Mitchell dropping out of first. You probably won't see Kool-Aid dropping.
As long as we don't make no dumb decision and trade up for the first round, I just don't want to see that.
Right.
Because they're just really hurting us.
Right. And the other option I don't want to see us do is go after Adonai Mitchell. Stay away from Mitchell. Because that's not a good pick. That's a wasted pick and a waste of our time. That dude's just going to sit on our roster for 2 or 3 years and never get used. That's wasted money and a wasted pick.
We need to keep the picks we got.
Right.
Or either trade back. You know, like keep the...
Right. And I feel like that's what we did with Mingo.
Keep that one and maybe trade back the 39th.
I feel like that's what we did with Mingo is we wasted that pick, and we haven't even used Mingo at all. Like, it was just the wrong player for our system. And the question is, what system are you running? You know? So, with the 33 and the 39, you can move down with either one of those picks, and there's an entire tree of situations that could pop up with either one. So each one presents an entire tree full of branches and choices that you could take. And depending on what's on the board, you know, once you've made those choices, you know, depending on who you're targeting, that could get really interesting. But my main concern is, like, don't go for a Nate Wiggins or don't go for a guy that could be used as a trap, you know, up there. That could screw up your entire draft. I've done this before to where in like 2 or 3 different drafts, don't get me wrong, I love my Clemson players, but they have been traps. They absolutely have been traps. Like, I can definitely say that There was a certain wide receiver about 1 or 2 years ago that was a trap. That showed up. And I was like, you know. And we didn't go for him, thankfully. But I knew that it was a trap. Because I ran a few different mocks and it screwed up my draft. Yeah, it would be the... Okay. I'm not doing this again, Marcos. I'm not doing this again, bro. Please don't. Okay? Please don't. I'm not explaining it again. If you didn't get it the first time, I'm not explaining it again. Alright. Bup. 137. Alright, so we're looking at Wiley at 116 here. Let me focus. Let me focus. Audric. Talk to me about Audric. Slow, but everything else looks good. He's a power back. That's exactly what he is. He's a power back. Shipley's my guy. I might have to go Irving, though. He's decently fast, but none of the rest of this stuff checks out. See, that's the problem. Shoot. Isaiah Davis. But see, the problem with Isaiah Davis is, who do the Jackrabbits actually play? South Dakota State is not battle tested. They don't play anybody. That's why these numbers are overinflated. Plus, again, you know, he's not a handsy guy. You can't use him for like crazy plays like you could CMC. So I just that puts me in a situation there. I want somebody that can make those types of plays. And if I don't pick him here, he's going to be gone. I'm not doing this, Marcos. Come on, man. Let me focus. I love you, big dog, but let me focus, man. 117 versus a 119. This might be doable. This might actually be doable. Yeah. I gotta get Shipley. Don't you take him. Don't you take him. Don't do it. Dang it! Giants reach for Cam Hart. Ah, you trolls. Alright. 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 Now I gotta use one of those 114s and 116s on that. You sneaky little trolls. Alright. DJ James then. Has to be the next pick. I'm thinking. Ah, they got him. See? This is what I didn't want to see happen right here. This is what I didn't want to see happen. There is so much going on in the 4th round that even with the trade down to the 4th round, you are still taking risks. A lot of risks. And man. What is DJ James still doing here? That's my question. Why is he still here? Coverage skills, zone, man press, he can tackle. Okay, checks all the boxes. Why is he still here? Eye discipline, vulnerabilities against the double moves. Are really aggressive in coverage. Drawing penalties. Ugh. Oh, I see why he's still here. Okay. Jerry and Jones, let's see. He can't tackle, though. He can do everything but tackle. Can struggle with tackling reliably. Limited experience at high safety and box positions. Man. Pritchett? I might be interested in Pritchett. No. Nope, you can't tackle. This is another one of those that can't tackle. Yikes. This is what you're limited to if they take Cam Hart. I'm telling you. Blue Braid. Yikes. Oh. I would rather have a guy that can tackle over somebody that can't. Even if he gets overrun, at least you know he's going to tackle his guy. You know, are we looking at another Dante Jackson type guy? Yes. But at the same time, like, at least you know he's not going to miss tackles. And that's my concern here. If you want to upgrade him next year, that's fine. I'm not going to argue with it. Let's see, Jarvis. Jarvis, his combine numbers look awful. But do they accurately reflect who he is? Okay, 80% tackling, run defense. Okay. I like those percentages. Why is he here? Panic in deep coverage? Penalties or allowed catches? Struggles maintaining consistent spacing against complex route combinations. Transition and off coverage can appear slow, impacting his ability to stay with receivers downfield. I don't know, dude. I don't know. This is a tough call. Oh, lordy. We got enough people that can do run defense, so I'm not as concerned about that. I'm concerned about his tackling, so overly aggressive in coverage. See, if we can shut down those penalties, man, this could be a really good guy right here. And work on his tackling. I don't know, man. I don't know. When you get this low into the... Yeah, he is on the small side. But then again, so was Dante Jackson, really. If you can refine his technique a little bit, this could be the next Dante Jackson. When he's on the field. Which leads to another question. Are we going to be doing with injury woes? Since he's that small. Because that was the concern before. Correct? I'm going to take a chance. We got to have a corner. I'm going to take a chance. That's a big chance. That's a big risk. But we got to have our corner. I'm not waiting on that one. Because the longer you wait on that corner position, the more it's going to degrade. And Wiley will not be there. I gotta pick him up. Now, no, the Niners got Justin. Oh, wow. Wow. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. I like Jordan Jefferson at this point. He can't pass rush, but I like him. But see, Xavier Thomas is just an edge rusher. Gabe Hall. Okay. Or Logan Lee. Okay. I don't like that tackling. I don't like that tackling. That immediately jumps off at me. I don't like that tackling. Only 15 tackles, 7 assists, and 13 stops. That's it. He tallied 21 total pressures, 19 quarterback hurries, no quarterback hits, and 2 sacks on the season. I don't know about this dude. Oregon's play. Baylor has played against bigger opponents, like Oklahoma and places like that. But you could say they're battle tested, but Logan Lee. Okay. You're not going to bait me into a debate, Marcos. You're not going to do it. Not on my own stream. Thank you. Tackling is garbage for Lee. No, thank you. Miles Murphy. I like. His numbers aren't that great, but yeah, I might pass on this dude actually. No, look at it. How about J-Links? But see, who is Houston Christian played though? That's the thing. Okay, Washington State. We can entertain this one. Maybe. Okay. But see, all of these guys are edge rushers. That's the problem. I need a defensive tackle. And if you want... There we go. That's a defensive tackle. Texas A&M. Terrible tackling, though. He's terrible at tackling. Gabe Hall. I already looked at Gabe Hall. Bro. He only had 15 tackles and 7 assists in 523 snaps, though. Like, the dude doesn't tackle. He can stop runners, but that's about all he can do. Yeah, he's not a... I don't want a pass rusher, dude. Oh, okay. You think of... Oh, the nose tackle from Auburn? Okay. Yeah, we don't have anybody from Auburn still here. Yeah, it dude would instantly free the DB. Okay. I'm still deciding here. It really needs to be a defensive tackle here. I can't. The Niners took Justin Eagleby from me, so God. This is why I'm so hyper focused on Justin, because once Justin is gone, you've got nothing left. Darn you, freaking Niners. That makes me frustrated, man. Very, very frustrated. I think you could convert Xavier Thomas to defensive tackle. I think you could. Consider what I've seen of him. You could move him to defensive tackle and he could be okay. I would rather have a pure-blooded defensive tackle, though. That does nothing but just that. And in that case, it would have to be Jordan Jefferson. Yeah, Jordan Jefferson's the guy. I don't have to pick him immediately, though. But if I do miss him, then we're in trouble. I may have to reach here. There is Brandon Coleman, though. Justin Rogers? Justin Rogers? Okay, we'll take a look at him. Justin Rogers. Oh, there he is. 225. This dude is slated to not even be drafted. But I think he will go in the 5th or 6th. Well, not necessarily. I wouldn't say he's crap. Can he tackle, though? Yeah. No tackling. No tackling. This dude's trash. Nope. Next. I'm taking Jordan Jefferson. Wait, there was Cedric Johnson. Hold on. Hold on. We may not be out of the woods yet, y'all. Ooh, I like that 40 time. I like that vertical. He has tackling problems, though. That's the issue. Yep, Jordan Jefferson it is. Okay. Let's see. Did we take an edge rusher yet? We did not. In that case... Okay. I like McGregor. I do like McGregor. But I also like Javon Sullivan up here. I like Sullivan more. Yeah, I like Sullivan more. His pass rush is amazing. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Well, they need to start doing a lot more tackling because our running game, our run defense has been absolute dog trash in the last 3 years. That's probably why. It's because they're not tackling. Brandon Jackson, edge rusher. Okay. I'll take a look at him. Okay. 8.5 sacks. Nice. Forced fumble. Tackles. Okay. I like his 40 time. Okay. Pretty decent. Inadequate use of timing and technique against tackles. Let's see. Does it improve hand positioning? I mean, we could work on that. Concerns about his age and his injury history could impact his adaptability and durability. What's his injury history? What's his injury history? Because that might be a concern. That's going to be whether I show interest in him or not. Right there, his injuries. Yes, but they should also be able to make tackles. In other words, not allow these running backs to do whatever the heck they want to do. I.e., what our defensive tackles were doing last year. Besides Derek Brown. Did you see how many tackles Derek Brown lacked up? Gee, I wonder why he racked up all those tackles. Because Shy Tuttle was not the guy that was able to get it done. We didn't have any help for him. So yes, part of the job of defense tackle is to tackle. It's in the name. I like Xavier Thomas, but the problem is he's not consistent. Yeah. And the scouts saw it too. Struggles with consistency and setting the edge. That's one of the things that concerned me about him. Injury history, yeah. I agree. Shoot. I think he converted from tight end, but it has dog qualities. Okay. I'm talking about nose tackle. Derek Brown is not a nose tackle. But still, see, even if you are a nose tackle, you should still be able to be tackling, though. Again, it's in the name. It's a defensive tackle. Oh my gosh, man. Like, I'm not about to do this again with you. Not again. You know what? I'm picking whoever I want to pick. Let's just get this thing moving. We spent far too much time on this. Miles Cole. Tell me about Miles Cole. garbage. I need somebody that's going to be solid for me. And seeing as how that pass rush looks that nice, man. Like, this dude is somebody I can't ignore right now. What would prevent me from doing that? Coleman. Okay. I'm going to get Coleman. Okay, I figured that would happen. Hunt. Grabbing him. Alright. Running back. I don't think we can wait on Jefferson. Let's go and get Jefferson. They're going to grab Davis, aren't they? %, they're going to grab Davis. Dang it. So this is where I wish I could actually pause the draft and like make a trade. Ooh, I can still get him. Okay, I feel like Isaiah Davis is the best running back out here right now for what we're looking for. So yeah, I'm going to go and grab him. Trevor Keegan. Ooh, Texans have back-to-back picks. Interesting. I noticed that. It's not letting me. It is not letting me. Doesn't matter. I'm gonna do something a little bit different with this. We got both our linebackers. You guys wanted me to go after a second corner. I'm considering it. But we do need another edge rusher. Bad. Because our depth right now at that area is terrible. Shoot. Yeah, this site glitches a lot. I do like it though. It's way better than everything else out there. But it does glitch a lot. See, that's what I'm aiming for right there. Trey Knox, nah. This is garbage down here. This is pure garbage. Okay. Did somebody get Gray? Yeah, somebody got Gray. I'm gonna get Watson. I think that's the smartest move right there. Because I'm doubling up at linebacker. I'm doubling up on offensive line. I'm getting my running backs. You know, I'm getting everything that we're looking to get. The only thing I'm not thrilled about is the fact that I had to go with Jalix Hunt. You know, at defensive end. I'm not thrilled that I had to go Jordan Jefferson instead of Justin Igby. That does not make me happy at all. So we got to be very, very careful about like how we go about this. Just me. Okay. I mean, I got all our needs, but God, I'm not thrilled about that. Okay, yeah. I did not get the quality I was looking for in this one. Let me go ahead and plug people in. There we go. Get, center, boom. Van Pran. Brandon Coleman. Yeah. Shipley in at running back. I can already tell you he's better than Blackshear right now. I will already tell you that. Yeah, I'll take Brown. I want him to get some reps. Oh, shoot. We doubled up at running back. I didn't even notice that. See, that's what happens when y'all distract me, man. That's what happens when y'all distract me like that in chat. With that Falcons business, man. I love you, though. I love all y'all, though. But hey, all due respect, man. I do love all y'all. This is the only place where I will allow y'all to distract me like that. I don't care. You know, I'm not going to get mad at any of you. But yeah, we messed that up. We messed that one up. Defense, yeah. I think he's worth more than that, buddy. I think he's worth more than just punt returner and kick returner. I'm just saying. I'd put Isaiah Davis back there before I ever would with Shipley. Now, Miles Sanders needs to do something, bro. This dude needs to freaking do something. I'm getting tired of... Legit, man. Nathaniel Watson to back him up. Defensive tackle. We're going to go ahead and plug him in. Alex Hunt. He's going to be a defensive end. We're going to plug him in right there. Left end. Did we ever re-sign Henry Anderson? I don't think we did. I know we re-signed Haynes, right? Haynes would be great to have right now. I'm not as interested in Henry, though, as I am Haynes. But yeah, that really leaves us in a bind here. I'm not feeling these linebackers, bro. I'm not. Edge rusher, yeah, that's... I'd rather have Roquan there. He's going to be starting for me. Ugh. I don't know. This is tough, man. This is really tough to screw around with this and actually come up with something interesting. Okay. Well, that was not what I wanted. It's a good question. Let me check. New. He is not. I highly suggest we go back and get him then. Go grab him. We need to sign him. We are going to need help no matter what defensive end we have. It's a tough call, man. Tough call. Let me check this message real quick. Beyond that, I feel like we can do better. You know, I still support the Jaguars trade down. Heavily support that if we're using that number system. But you don't want to wait on Justin Jacoby. Excuse me. And you don't want to wait on I think there was like one other player. Defensive end position. Because like you're gonna get stuck with people like Alex Hunt, and it's just you know what I mean? Like that's just not it. We gotta do better. So that was not one of my better drafts. But it was just to kind of give you an idea of what might possibly be on the board if we were to entertain the idea of trading down that 39. And the 33, you could pretty much do whatever you want with the 33. Honestly, it's up in the air. One of those two has to be Xavier Legette, though. It has to be. And from that point down, you decide, okay, this is what we're doing with this draft. These are the people we're targeting. This is how this is going to roll. You know, it is possible to get some really high value targets with the Jaguars trade down. Houston is not going to give you what you want at 33. The Raiders might, but you don't want to give up a pick to do it. You know, an extra pick to do it. That's just my opinion. Big Cat said Haynes contacted him directly and said he played on a herniated disc all year until he finally went down for the year and still managed the top 3 on the Panthers in sacks. Holy cow! Is that for real? He had a herniated disc the whole time? What? What? Wow. Wow. If that's real, wow. Oh my God. I believe it too. I believe Big Cat. He's got his sources. Every once in a while, man, he comes up with some real gems. If that's true, man. How many... Was Haynes on the injury list like all year last year? Let me check something. You got me curious now. Like, wow, man. Oh my God. Oh man. Wow. I don't want to watch that. I want to see something. No kidding. Oh, we re-signed Tate Davis. Excellent. Good move. I do like Tate Davis. I see something there. Although, I think he may end up practice squad, but I do like Tate Davis. I see that there's an opportunity there. That happened March 29th. By the way. But I like that move. I do. Oh, man. I like that Sam Franklin Jr. Return as well. That's a great move. But yeah, was Haynes on the injury list like all last year? Because he should have been. Like, that should have been reported. If he was on that injury list like all year, then yeah, I could see like the concern for Haynes. And we probably would not have re-signed him. I totally get that. But the dude played with a herniated disc all year, and he didn't report that? I don't know. I don't know, bro. That seems really. Oh, shoot, man. That just doesn't add up to me. Although I have seen where we have played injured players before and these guys didn't report under Ron Rivera. So, I mean, that is a thing too. Oh, he went on IR around mid to late season? Okay, thank you. That's what I wanted to know. Okay, fair. Fair. I was about to say, I thought we were dealing with another Ron Rivera situation here. That would not have been good. Whose training staff, last I heard, was investigated. So, there's that. You know, there is definitely that. We never did find out the results of that investigation, by the way. If anybody knows, let me know. Because I didn't hear any punishment or anything handed down to them. All I know is that, like, they were investigated. Because I saw the article about a year ago. And I was like, shoot. I knew it too, dude. Because, like, I kept seeing people come out there and leave the field injured during Ron Rivera's time. And I was just like, you gotta be kidding me. What is going on here? You know? It just seems shady as heck. And that was during, like, 2016 to 2018, too. So, it fit the time period. You know? When we were trying everything under the sun to try to win. Just so Ron could save his job. Yep. Wild stuff, man. Wild stuff. I mean, if that's the case, then yeah, let's stay away from Haynes. Who else do we have? Who else do we have then? I mean, the next available one would probably be Henry Anderson. I would say Henry Anderson would be next. For sure. Go and plug Tay in there at linebacker. I saw a little bit of potential with Isaiah Graham Mobley, but nah, practice squad. I don't know. I don't know. We got a lot of needs, y'all. We got a lot of needs. But yeah, Henry Anderson would be the next defensive end that I would pull from that free agent pool that we let him go. You know, nobody's picked him up yet. I would have heard about that one by now. I'm gonna double check though. Yeah, nobody's picked him up yet. As I figured. Yeah, I'd go Henry then. So, is there any other players you guys want to talk about? Now's the time to do that. I'm definitely willing to entertain anything new at this point. And we'll wrap up. We've been live for like 5 hours. Who else do you know that goes 5 hours this deep into detail into a mock? Like, really? Who goes 5 hours this deep into a mock? I'm doing this for y'all, man. This is all for y'all. And this is for free. You don't have to pay a nickel. You're welcome. I love everybody here, man. You're absolutely welcome. Happy to do it. That's one of my goals is to educate people without having to spend money on it. You know, it's kind of pointless. All right, well, we're gonna wrap up. I gave you a chance, guys. So, let's get out of here. Shout out to... Before we head out of here, man, I want to do something real special real quick. Can we say happy birthday to you, Lock Poppy? Lock Poppy has a birthday. Happy birthday to Lock Poppy, man. Happy birthday to you. Keep pounding. That's my birthday shout out wish to you, man. Enjoy it. Hope you have a great one, man. Hope you enjoyed it. Enjoy your day off from the chat tonight and just relax. Enjoy yourself. You earned it. You work hard around here, man. You put in the work, man, and I'm so happy for you, man. That you get to enjoy that little bit of time off, man. Happy birthday to the Lock Poppy. Yes, sir. Shout out to the Real Sunchild. Shout out to Marcos Cash. Shout out to Broski Bear. And shout out to anybody else that happens to come through here. The Real Sunchild. Shout out to you as well. Appreciate all of you. And much love, man. Much love. So, I want to make sure everybody knows before we head out of here what our draft weekend schedule is. All right? Give me just a second. I got to clear these out. Here you go. Oh, wait, that's the combine. My bad. I could have sworn I posted it. What the heck? Man, where is it? No, it's not in here. I could have sworn I pinned it. What the heck? It's not here? Alright, well, yeah, it is not here. What in the world? That is so weird. Also, Steve Smith said he would love to catch from Michael Penix Jr. Interesting. Okay. Well, let's do this. Schedule. Give you the times. All right. NFL. No. Stop it. All right. So here we go. Thursday's schedule for the draft. Man, get off my screen. Thursday's schedule will be at 7:30 p.m. Okay? 7:30. Expect to see me live. If I'm not live right at 7:30, it's because I'm doing some stuff. But I will be live about 7:45 for sure. You know, we will be ready to go for day one. Friday, I am starting my stream at 6 p.m. 6 p.m. Because there is a lot going on in day two. Alright? 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Saturday, I'm going to be starting at 11:30 p.m. Okay? 11:30. I might even go 11. We're gonna see how this goes. But if I do start at 11, it's because we have a lot of content to go through, you know, from day two, you know, to talk about. So I might do that. We'll see. So it would be somewhere in between 11 and 11:30. But we will have to have that conversation about the talent, you know, before day 3 starts. A lot going on in day 3. And there's going to be a lot of information to process very, very quickly. So I encourage everybody, don't be late on day 3, alright? Do not be late on day 2 either. Especially not on day 2. I need y'all to be here. Show up. Don't dismiss my notification. Jump on it, man. If you're part of my crew, jump in here on day 2. Unless you want to be on somebody else's stream, that's fine too. But be aware that day 2 is going to be nuts. Alright? That's going to tell us exactly what we're doing with the rest of this draft. Alright? Day 2. Pay attention to that. Alright, so once again, that is 7:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on Thursday. 6 o'clock p.m. Eastern Standard Time on Friday. 11 to 11:30 p.m. a.m. on Saturday. 11 to 11:30 a.m. on Saturday. Eastern Standard Time. All of those are Eastern Standard Times. Adjust your clock accordingly. And don't miss it. Alright? Alright, let's go. Let's get out of here. We're going to have Blitzball a part of day 2. Don't miss that either. He'll be checking in on day 1 as well. With that being said, stay happy, healthy, and well. And keep pounding.
Ice up, son. What's up? Ice up, son. What's up? Carolina, keep pounding. Carolina, keep pounding. The Panthers on a prowl will continue driving down the field to the red zone. We just got a first down and 10. Smitty on the loose, wide open, Ted again. Stack 6 more on the board, looking like a win. With the 6-game winning streak, put them out their misery. Brady wanna cry when the ref threw the penalty. Panthers got a hot team, Patriots the enemy. Draw the first blood, different team than we used to be. Cam swerving through the traffic, signaling a first down. Fans on their feet and the crowd getting really loud. Offense did a job off the field. There's a tout. Bank of America. Stadium is going down. Defense got him pushed back to the end zone. Hardy with the sack. That's a safety, and we got the ball. Rushing on your shotgun, staring at the barrel, y'all. All New England fans hear him saying that ain't fair at all. Ice up, son. What's up? Ice up, son. What's up? Carolina, keep pounding. Carolina, keep pounding. Ice up, son. What's up? Ice up, son. What's up? Carolina, keep pounding. Carolina,